All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you so much for joining me today. And thank you so much for waiting patiently for the intro to, do what it does. Today we have, I think, a pretty exciting conversation, at least one that I'm excited about because it's something I've been thinking about going into 2024. It is January 4th. 2024. So we're not even a week into the new year yet. But I want to talk about games. I want to talk about 2024 games. I'm basically going to be breaking down this conversation into two different parts. The first part is going to be talking about PlayStation specifically. As you could see, the question I'm asking: what PS5 games will Sony release this year for their console? Right? This is something that I think a lot of people really are very curious about because we're coming off of a year with 2023 where it wasn't like a horrendous year or anything like that, but I feel like when people look back on it, at least when it comes to PlayStation, they feel like it was definitely a weaker year in terms of just overall output. And I think fans going into 2024 are expecting more, or at least a little bit more, right? So I want to talk about that, and by the end of that conversation, there's going to be a big question that I'm going to pose that I don't necessarily know that we'll have the answer to, but something I think worth keeping in mind going further into the year. And then the second part of the conversation is going to be me basically breaking down a list of games between January and March that I am personally excited about, that I'm personally excited to play, and yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So before we dive into any of these conversations, I see right off the bat we have Jake Skew 27 kicking off the day by gifting out a membership. Jake, thank you so much for that, man. I really do appreciate that support. So let me add that to the counter. I think my stuff is working today, which is good to see. Last stream we had some technical difficulties, unfortunately, but But yeah, there are basically three ways you can support my channel and support my content if it's something that you are interested in doing. I am fan funded here. I do rely on the direct support from this community, which it's an amazing community, a very generous community. I rely on you guys to be able to continue to run the channel in the way that I do and produce the content in the way that I do. So yeah, there are three ways you can do that. Become a channel member. You gain access to some exclusive perks, one of which is the Members Lounge. We will be doing a Members Lounge after today's stream. So if you are a member or if you become a member, please look forward to that. If you are already a member, please consider gifting some memberships. It's a big thing we do here, as you know, and we have a very generous community, and it kind of allows more people to experience what having a membership is like. And yeah, it also helps support me directly. And last but not least, please consider donating a super chat like Michael Lynch here has just done. Ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between. It all really helps tremendously. So a big thank you and a big shout out to everybody who supports my channel and supports my content directly, but also a thank you to anybody who just simply watches the content, whether that's the live streams as they're live, watching them later on, or watching the videos. You guys are amazing. I'm going to start here with Domingo813, a member for 43 months, which is incredible. Longtime member. He says, Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year to you as well, Domingo. I hope 2024 is a great year for everybody. We also have Michael Lynch here with a $5 super chat, and he says, PlayStation just dropped a Games of 2024 video, only a couple of minutes long. Watch it with us. Triple anus. Yes, triple anus greatness is what we are all hoping for and anticipating in 2024. Absolutely. Yeah, it's really funny. As I'm starting my stream today talking about PlayStation in 2024, at the same time that I go live, it seems that Sony on their official PlayStation YouTube channel actually dropped a upcoming games in 2024 PS5 games. Let me see if I can pull this up really quick. It's pretty funny that they would do that at the exact same time. I'm going to mute it just in case they're playing some kind of music. and I'll see if I can bring it up here. Give me just a moment here, guys, because I think this would be a good way to actually start it off. Let me got my dumbbell over here. I'm going to shift myself over here momentarily, or just for a couple minutes as we watch this. Let me bring it up. Yeah, I didn't have this prepared. Let me see. All right, let's check this out. There's not going to be any sound again, just in case they're playing music, but the video is upcoming games in 2024, PS5 games. This is it? I'm always interested to see what they have to show in videos like this. So they're starting with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Helldivers 2, Tekken 8. Stellar Blade. Seems like Stellar Blade is on track for this year, and I'm wondering if it's coming earlier than we think. Rise of the Ronin. Yeah, these are all games we're going to be talking about over the course of this conversation. This is the first time I'm watching this. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Prince of Persia. How are you guys feeling about this Prince of Persia game? Concord. Oh, they threw Concord in there. Pacific Drive. It's so funny that they throw Concord in there, but we still haven't seen a single ounce of gameplay. Silent Hill 2 Remake. Dragon's Dogma 2. Forever Skies. I'm not familiar with this game. Foam Stars. I know a lot of you guys are very excited for Foam Stars. The casting of Frank Stone. I'm actually very interested in that. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Ooh. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. Gotta throw that in there, of course. So, yeah, I guess that's the video. Yeah, I mean, obviously, no new game announcements here, but, yeah, there you go. Sony just released that video as I went live on the channel here with this particular topic and conversation. So let me exit out of this and we can continue our conversation. Yeah, that was a good video. I liked it. Definitely gets you excited. I didn't have any sound playing, of course, but I was feeling the hype while watching that. I have a couple of milestone chats here, starting with Anonymous Boss, member for 7 months. Thank you so much, man. You're saying, just remember baby steps, game of the generation. Took me a good second there to remember what game you're talking about. Just kidding, people. What are you guys waiting for in 2024? Well, chat, please let Anonymous Boss know what you guys are waiting for, what you're anticipating in 2024. This entire conversation I'm going to have with you today is based around that question. Chris B, a member for 40 months, longtime member. Chris, thank you so much, man. You're saying here, sorry, you're saying here, I need me some Rise of the Ronin. Yes, they were. Sony was sure to show off Rise of the Ronin in that trailer, which, makes sense. It's coming pretty soon. We have MRPD, a member for 6 months. He says, Bloober Team is apparently moving on to another project, which indicates they're in the polishing phase for Silent Hill 2. Yeah, I saw that. I'm pretty sure Silent Hill 2 is done and ready to release. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not really doing anything to it at this point, and it could release in any moment. Maybe I'm assuming too much there, but I just kind of get that feeling. We also have Capono 5150, a member for 8 months. He says, looking good today, MBG. Well, thank you, Capono. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. All right, so let's start here with the conversation. What PS5 games does Sony have for us in 2024? Well, I have a list here that I compiled. I have 8 things on this list. And then at the end of this list, I have a big question that I have to ask. Okay. So let's start here with games that, and it's worth noting that the games that I'm going to be talking about in this particular list are not, there's only one here. There's two games here that are actually officially confirmed for 2024. But we're talking about PlayStation 5 console exclusives. That's important to understand. We're not talking about third-party games yet. We're going to be talking about third-party games a little bit later on. We also have Digital Dude 25 here with a $2 super chat. He says, "Happy Easter, MBG. Also, Concord in 2024, hopefully." Well, maybe you came in just after we finished watching the new trailer for upcoming games in 2024 that Sony just released, and they did put Concord in that trailer. So, yeah, Concord is a 2024 game, and funny enough, that's exactly where we're starting. So, a PS5 first-party exclusive game that's coming in 2024, Concord. Concord is a shooter that is being developed by Firewalk Games. And I'm going to go over what they're saying about this game. All right, now, this is the only... I need this to resonate, okay? This is important. Concord is the only first-party PlayStation Studio game with a release year of 2024. Okay? Just let that marinate for a moment. It's the only game from a Sony-owned studio that is set to release in 2024. Now, this is... I would say there's a lot of pressure on Concord because of this. Now, if we head over to the PlayStation blog, this was when Concord was first announced, May 24th, 2023. Introducing Concord, a new PvP multiplayer first-person shooter from Firewalk Studios coming to PS5 and PC. This is from Ryan Ellis, the game director. It's been an exciting few weeks for all of us at Firewalk Studios after sharing the news last month that Firewalk would be joining PlayStation Studios today. We are thrilled to confirm the title of our upcoming game, Concord, announced during the PlayStation Showcase. Concord is our new PvP multiplayer first-person shooter coming to PS5 and PC in 2024. It says here, Concord is a bringing together of peoples. It's the power of games to build connection and inspire social play. The Firewalk team is driven by the type of exciting, unexpected moments and shared experiences that multiplayer games create. Every time you log on is the beginning of a new adventure, and every match is an opportunity for a new story. It's these ideals that define Concord, its unique universe of vibrant worlds, and its rich cast of colorful characters. There's so much more we can't wait to share with you, and we're looking forward to fully revealing Concord ahead of its launch next year. So that is the extent of Concord. That is everything we know about Concord. It is a PvP, so player versus player, first-person shooter from a now Sony-owned studio that's coming this year. And if you watch the teaser trailer, it doesn't really show much of anything. It shows like a ship flying in space, I guess. It shows what looks to be some kind of futuristic assault rifle. And so, yes, Concord is coming this year. And how are you guys? I got to ask you guys, how are you feeling about this? How are you feeling about the only first-party game, the only game coming from a Sony-owned studio in 2024 that we know about right now is a first-person PvP live service title from a new studio that we've never seen a game from before? and we still haven't seen any gameplay of. How do you feel about that? Curious. I got to kind of feel you guys out right now. It's pretty lame. Is that Exley? Is that Exley 3000? Did you change your name here? You personally don't care for FPS games. Low hype at the moment, needs more substance. Hanzo says he needs to see more before he can judge it, and actually confirms that that is him. Is that your last name? Actually, I don't know, or what is that? Just trying to figure this out. Does it have a campaign? I don't know. That's a great question. That's actually a great question. I think that will be a pretty important factor with Concord. Oh, okay, actually. It means 3 times as great. Okay. So, I do think Concord will have some type of campaign to some extent. However, I don't think you'll be able to play it alone. I say this because something I remember specifically with Concord is when the game, not the game, but when Sony first announced that they were partnering with Firewalk before they bought them, they talked about this game. They talked about this multiplayer shooter. And one of the things that Herman Holst specifically said is that I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but he alluded to the idea of experiencing story content in a multiplayer environment, right? Like experiencing storytelling with other people. And it leads me to believe that there is some type of campaign, and it won't be single player in Concord. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they reveal this game because again, Herman Holst sounded very confident in this game, very excited about it. I remember him specifically saying he believes that PlayStation fans will be very pleased with Concord, and that's a I don't mean to hang on to every word Herman Holst is saying, but that's definitely a loaded statement when it's like, okay, it's a multiplayer live service first person PvP game. FPS PvP. It's not really, that's not really, I think, what PlayStation fans have come to expect from Sony. And so, it could be one of these things where he's just hyping it up because that's his job. And he's like, yeah, you guys are going to love it. But in reality, it's like people are very much like, I don't know about this. But he could be right. I mean, we do have to keep in mind they bought the studio. I'm not saying that guarantees the game will be good or successful. It certainly doesn't. The game could be a dumpster fire. I hope it's not. I don't think we want to see that. But yeah, it's very interesting that when we talk about PlayStation in 2024, I got to tell you, if you had asked me back in 2021 or 2022, 1 or 2 years into the PS5's life cycle, if you would ask me, look forward to a couple years from now, 2024, what games you think you're going to be playing that year from PlayStation Studios? I mean, I would have been talking, we're going to be playing maybe Wolverine, maybe Ghost of Tsushima 2, right? A new IP, maybe Sony Ben's game. And so I was just totally off the mark with my line of thinking, and I would have never thought in a million years that, well, we're gonna be playing a new FPS PvP game from a new studio that at that time didn't really even exist or we didn't even know about. So it's unexpected. I will say when I look at the games that are set to release on PS5 this year when I say from Sony, I mean I'm talking exclusively, knowing that this is the only game coming from one of their own studios, and it's the only game. Very surprising, very unexpected, and it does make me nervous. I don't know that I have the most confidence in a game like Concord. To me, I'm kind of at this point with Concord where I don't really have an opinion, right? Where I know it's an FPS, and that's about it. Like, I don't know literally anything else about this game, and neither does anybody else unless you've worked on the game or play tested it. So it's one of these things where I'm open to being pleasantly surprised, and when we finally see this game this year, it actually looks pretty good and like, wow, better than I expected. I'm actually very interested in playing it. I'm also fully prepared to see Concord in action for the first time this year and be like, wow, this is an L. This is not at all looking good and definitely not getting me excited and not what I wanted from PlayStation. I don't really have any interest. I'm prepared for it to go either way. But yeah, to kind of kick off this list, I'm kicking it off with surprise. I'm surprised that this is the only first party game coming from a Sony studio. And I see we have Exley. Now, you have to help me with the pronunciation on this. Exley Trismegistus. Am I saying that right? Trismegistus? I've never seen this word before, nor have I ever said it. I'm so used to saying Exley 3000. But Exley drops 5 membership gifts for the community, which is awesome to see. Exley is a very generous individual here on the channel who shows incredible support. So thank you so much for keeping that membership train rolling today. That brings us up to 6 members. You love to see it. Let's get some W's in the chat for Exley. Yeah, that is a mouthful. Exley, please forgive me if I don't say your name in full every time. Because I will say it wrong so many times. But let me add that to the counter, and I have a milestone chat from Josh. It's nice to be able to use my membership counter again. It would have been nice last stream, of course. Actually, you're saying you've actually seen the word, it's a level in Liza P. It means thrice greatness. What? I guess I must have missed it. Interesting. I'm still playing Liza P, so I'm going to look out for that now. That's funny. Jay Shako says, just call him Exley, bro. Call him X, bro. No, I'm not going to call him that. Josh with a milestone chat, member for 12 months. Thank you so much. You're saying, love this community. Thanks for everything you do, MBG. I hope you and your family have a great 2024. Excited for what Sony brings this year. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Josh. And I love this community as well. And I hope you and yours have a great year too. And I'm glad you appreciate the content. I'm very excited for this year. That's the thing. Normally, at this point in time, the first week of January can be very difficult to have things to talk about in gaming at sometimes because it's, we're just coming off of the holiday, New Year's and whatnot, and everybody's kind of getting back in the swing of things. So when it comes to like gaming news and updates and stuff like that, there's not a whole lot going on. But what I noticed going into this year in particular is looking at even just the first couple months, dude, there are so many games coming. I'm not just talking about PS5 exclusives. I'm just talking games in general, where while I was compiling my list that we're going to go over later, it made me realize, man, I'm going to, I think, struggle to play everything that I want to play and balance it out. And that's a really great problem to have. William, you're saying, did you watch the games releasing on PS5 reel that PlayStation just uploaded? I did. Yeah, William. It's the first thing we did within, I'd say, the first 5 minutes of the stream being live. We watched it together. It's looking pretty good. Look, man, if you're a PS5 owner, right? And I'm not just talking about exclusives. That's important for me to highlight here. If you're a PS5 owner and you watch that video, I don't know how you could walk away feeling like you don't have something to play, at least 1 or 2 games. Because the one thing I did notice with that video they put out is there's a lot of different types of games. Even some games that I mean, there were at least a couple of games on there that I've never heard of or I'm not aware of. And so it's pretty solid all around, I would say. That's saying something considering how insane 2023 was. But we have the Combo Clinic here with a $5 super chat. And he says, I think Sony is going to be extremely lacking on the first-party AAA games this year, third-party wise. It's great. It's not that surprising to me. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. When we talk about the games we're looking forward to this year, when we specifically talk about Sony, well, I'm not going to dive too deep into that yet. But Combo Clinic, I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I hope you're here as we get to the end of this list. I hope you're still here listening because what I'm going to have to say, I think, is going to be very relevant to your super chat. We have Fabrice Paul, a member for 5 months. He says, why every new year Square Enix's CEO always says dumb stuff? After NFTs, it's AI. And why Xbox doesn't talk openly about AI? They are the one in the world. I guess you're saying like Microsoft's really up there with AI. Yeah, I saw that too. I think it's for investors, if I had to assume, right? Like last year, NFTs, I mean, I still feel like the timing was off. NFTs were, I think, on their way out. But I guess the CEO at the time was like, oh, we got to jump on this and get the investors excited. And this year it's AI. And I think it's just kind of I don't say it's a buzzword necessarily because it's not that superficial. Certainly not. AI is going to be relevant and important, but I would assume it's just to kind of get investors excited and make it seem like they're on the cutting edge and whatnot, and just make it known like, yeah, we're part of this AI movement. But it's funny how you think about like Microsoft and how they're probably like way ahead of them, and they're not out here saying those things, at least not in the same way. I don't know, man. I saw those comments and I was like, all right, we'll see. We'll see. I don't have a problem with AI in video games. I think it's the early days, and we don't know the exact role it's going to play as it gets, better and better, smarter and smarter. So we'll see, man. Ansel, member for 7 months, says we're starting the month off with arguably the best fighting game series of all time, Tekken, which tells me how great 2024 is going to be for gaming. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about Tekken later, and that was a game that was featured in that video. So good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, look. We're going to move on to the second game here that I think is going to release in 2024, a PlayStation 5 game. You're going to notice something with this list of games that we're going over. And I don't want to reveal what that is, but it should become fairly obvious. So number 1 is Concord. It's the only first-party game from a Sony studio that we know of that's coming this year. Number 2, I think Silent Hill 2 Remake. Now, the reason why I think Silent Hill 2 Remake is definitely coming this year, and I also want to add to that I think it might be coming earlier than we think. Not necessarily like next month or even in March. It is a possibility, of course, but I think Silent Hill 2 Remake is coming within the first 6 months, the first half of this year. That's my expectation, and the reason for that is because, well, it's been a long time. We haven't heard anything. The game is up for pre-order. There's actually something funny I got to tell you guys about when it comes to the Silent Hill 2 Remake pre-order. But before I do that, we got to get some W's flowing in the chat and some shout-outs deserved here. A shout-out, I should say, not some, as if there's like more than one Hellbound. But Hellbound 1981 drops 5 more membership gifts onto the community. Hellbound, another very loyal community member here that is always generous, always dropping membership gifts. And I cannot thank you enough for that, Hellbound. Thank you so much for keeping the membership train going strong today. These guys are always out here trying to dole out these gifts for you guys. So you love to see it. That brings us up to 11 members. Actually, no, we are at 12 members because Jake Skew 27 decided he wants to drop another membership gift today. So that's his second gift onto the community, which is awesome to see. Jake Skew, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you.
That's for you, Jake, as well as Hellbound. And we are now sitting at 12 members. So we are well on our way to hitting our first goal today. Love to see it. But here's something funny. If you go to Amazon, right? I'm going to go to Amazon right now. I'm going to type in Silent Hill 2 Remake. See, there has to be something wrong with this, right? It has to be a glitch. This item will be released on December 31st, 2025. Not even 2024. Now, obviously, that's a placeholder. December 31st is a placeholder date, but the year 2025? Whoa now. Is there something Amazon knows that we don't? I think that's a mistake. I think I don't even think it is a placeholder, but I think it's a typo. I think the year is supposed to say 2024. There's no conceivable way that they would even think about putting a placeholder for something that is 2 years away at the latest. That's crazy. So the placeholder, I believe, is December 31st, 2024. A little bit of a typo there. But, you know, I just get this feeling we're going to hear about it very soon. It's worth noting that this video we just watched of Sony showing off PS5 games for 2024, something you have to pay attention to is that most of those games, the overwhelming majority of the games that they showed off are coming within the first half of this year. Many of them already have release dates. Some of them do not. One of the games that was on there was Silent Hill 2 Remake, and that makes me feel like there's a really good chance we're going to be hearing about this game very soon, and we could be getting a release date for maybe like April or May or something along those lines. And I hope we do. I hope we do, because we only got one proper announcement for Silent Hill 2 Remake way back in, I say way back, I mean, it feels like it was a long time ago, October of 2022. When it was first announced, we got one trailer, and that's it. We haven't seen any more of this game. Konami hasn't talked any more about it. Even Bloober Team hasn't really talked about it. And we're like at that point where it's like, all right, Konami, you're taking pre-orders. The game's $70. Day one buy for me, as well as I think many others. But let's see the game, right? Like, I mean, we know what the game is. It's Silent Hill 2, but people, I think, are very eager to just see a little bit of gameplay and get that release date. And so a part of me is very optimistic and hopeful, which I know those words don't really mix with the Silent Hill franchise, as we know. But I am optimistic and hopeful that we are going to be hearing about Silent Hill 2 Remake very soon. I think it's a good sign that it showed up in that trailer that Sony just put out. And most importantly, I'm really hoping that we get a release date and it's coming in the next 4 or 5 months, because, man, it would be great to be able to play this game sooner rather than later. So my second game here that I think Sony is planning to release in 2024 is, well, I say like it's not up to Sony, it's Konami, but that will release as a PS5 console exclusive, Silent Hill 2 Remake. I fully anticipate it. If not, well, I'll take that L. I'm used to taking L's when it comes to the Silent Hill franchise. We have BB12, a member for 8 months, saying, welcome back, MBG. And remember, it's all about dopamine. I know, man. I know. You got to keep that dopamine balanced. You got to know how to work it. You got to know how to keep it at that perfect level, which is what we're trying to do here. That's what I'm trying to do in my life in 2024. But, dude, I've been playing Lies of P a lot, and something I learned about Lies of P is, man, that game does something to my dopamine levels. It really does. And I'm doing my New Game Plus playthrough, and it's even better. I got to tell you, man, there is nothing more satisfying in gaming, in my opinion, than playing what is a relatively challenging game and making your way through it the first time and getting that satisfaction of, I did it. I beat it. I overcame the obstacles and the challenges. There's nothing better than starting up that New Game Plus, knowing you're not overpowered. Usually, you're not overpowered, but man, you are ready to go. You know what you're doing. You've mastered the game. And you're just, every area, every encounter you go through, there's still a challenge there, in the sense that, again, you're not OP, but you know what you're doing. That is a great feeling. I love that feeling in games, and right now Lies of P is giving me that satisfaction, and I am planning on platinuming Lies of P. So we'll see if that ends up being my first platinum of 2024. But yeah, there's a little update on what I've been playing. PC Gamer says the Silent Hill release date leaked March 21st, 2024. Yeah, I remember covering that. So my only thing about that is if that's true, I mean, they're cutting it really close now. You know, I believe it could. I believe Silent Hill 2 remake could come out in March, but if that's the case, we have to hear about it. I mean, I would say at the latest early next month. If they go, I mean, if we're like in mid-February, that's pushing it. But who knows? Konami, they might be ready to do something a little bit different where it's like, yeah, we're just going to announce the release date a month before. It'd be very interesting and kind of unexpected. So we'll see if that turns out to be true. We have Supremacy 101 with a $5 super chat, and he says, Concord just sounds like Overwatch, much in the same way Fair Games reminds people of Payday. Sony had something with Resistance and Killzone 2 PvP. What say you? Well, Supremacy, I think you're correct. I do. One of the things that makes me nervous, going back to our discussion with Concord, one of the things that makes me nervous when reading that blog post is how they're talking about like a vibrant, colorful cast of characters, and you just, to me, those are kind of like, I don't want to say it's a red flag, but it's like a yellow flag where it's like, what do you mean here? I don't know that it's necessarily just like Overwatch because, I mean, we don't know if it's a hero shooter. They just said it's a PvP first-person shooter. So it could be a lot like Overwatch when we finally see it. But I'm very skeptical. I'm not willing to jump to any conclusions for Concord because it would be unfair for me to do so. I'm going to try my best to be open-minded. But, you mentioned Fair Games. Fair Games looks... So I'm going to try to have a different perspective on Fair Games and try to give it a little bit more leeway here, where my gut with Fair Games tells me that it's going to be not good and I'm not going to like it at all. But at the same time, like I just realized I'm not going to go in the other direction and say, no, it'll be great. I'm going to love it. I'm just going to approach both Concord and Fair Games with the same mindset. And that is, I don't know anything about these games. And I will reserve judgment until I know more, until I see more, until I have a much better idea of what these games actually are. So that's what I'm going to try to do, even though at times it's kind of difficult. I think that's the best way to go into it. I should probably take that mindset and apply it to like many other things as well. It would probably help me out. Yeah, William, I agree with that. If you're saying if Fair Games is anything like Payday, it might be better than we think. Yeah, apparently Payday's pretty good, so we'll see. We're going to be talking a little bit more about Fair Games soon. You're saying you appreciate Angry Whale Watcher, that I'm not hopping on the hate bandwagon. Yeah, that's something I don't plan to do this year in any regard. In fact, that is something that just to go on a little side quest here, when I look back at myself in 2023, something that I disliked that I did, not all the time, but way more frequently than I would have liked to, is just jumping to certain conclusions too quickly. That's something I've had trouble with in the past, and last year I think highlighted that. This year I'm taking a different approach where I'm not jumping to conclusions until and this is the most important part, until I see for myself. And it's a little bit shaky there because we're talking about video games. There is an inherent disconnect between seeing a video game, watching a video game, and interacting with a video game through the firsthand experience of playing said video game. So basically, what I will do is I'm going to stray further away from talking about games that I'm not playing or do not plan to play. And I'm going to focus more on talking about the games that I am playing, that the games that I have firsthand experience in. This is to me a very big thing I want to do this year and emphasize. And with that being said, the hope is I want to play a lot more games, you know? So it'll be interesting. It's going to be an interesting journey. I have, again, a lot of hope, a lot of motivation, and we'll see what happens. So you're saying so you won't be bad mouthing Xbox until Hellblade. Well, first off, I plan to play Hellblade day one whenever that drops, and I mean, going into Hellblade 2, I mean, today this conversation is focused on PlayStation, but Hellblade is a game that I highly, highly, highly doubt I will be bad mouthing. But that is a game I do plan to play and review, and talk about. But there are a lot of games I plan to play and review this year. It's going to be exciting, guys. I'm looking forward to it. No bad maths. Yeah, I'm horrible at math. Play Doom. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows what surprises might be in store for us this year. Am I going to play it on Xbox Series X or PC? So my plan right now is this will be the year I attempt to play games on PC for the first time. And I'm really interested to see how that goes because it's just something that doesn't exist naturally inside of me. There is no part of me that says I really want a game on my PC. But I understand that it's here. It makes sense. It's the logical thing to do. And worst case scenario, it's just something I do occasionally, even if I don't like it that much. Or who knows, maybe I'll end up really liking it. But my plan is I'm going to play some games on PC for the first time this year. I don't know when exactly that I'm thinking the first time that would happen most likely is when Microsoft releases a game that I really want to play. I'm going to try it on PC, and if my experience is like not going well, then I will probably buy an Xbox Series X and hook it up to my entertainment center and play it that way. Like there's a really good chance that's the way I'm going to end up going, but I have to give it a shot first. So yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be a fun experience to share with you guys for sure. I should be able to stream it as well, so good times ahead. Capono, you think I'm going to love it? PlayStation Pete, sorry to keep you waiting, my friend, with a $10 super chat. He says, enjoying your lounge. Keith an old PS1 working 90 hours a week and won't be able to play games until April or bring the Portal to work. What car do you drive? I have a 2022 Nissan Altima SR. Well, actually, right now, I do not own a vehicle. The last vehicle I had was it was an old one, a 2005 Dodge Dakota, which is it was like a pickup truck, and I had that for years, and I kept that thing alive, certainly longer than it probably should have been. But I eventually got to a point in my life where I couldn't really justify keeping it. Oh, so I do own a vehicle. I own a Kia Sorento. But it's more of like the family vehicle, I guess, It just doesn't feel like I actually own a vehicle because I don't really drive that often at all. I do drive, but just hardly ever. And it's been nice. Dude, I hate driving. I hate it. I mean, as you know, I hate going out in general, but man, driving is not fun because every time I drive, literally every time, and I think this is just part of the experience because I've driven, for years of my life. There were many times in my life where I was driving a lot. I just can't deal with the assholes on the road, man. Like, everybody's in a fucking rush. Everybody's got to go somewhere and they got to be there now. And, it's like these people that are like this on the road, they just don't care. Like, they think they're at the center of the universe and they don't care that, like, everybody has somewhere to go. It's God, man. So annoying. Especially, so a little side quest here again. There is the road that I live off of has a 25 mile an hour speed limit. And there's like signs everywhere. It's 25 miles an hour, Do I live in a high population area? I guess so, yeah. It's 25 miles per hour. And they actually have their cops posted around here all the time too. So because if you, it's a straightaway road. So it's like the temptation is there to speed, and because of that, cops are all over. And man, let me tell you, there is nothing worse than driving the speed limit and there's just some dickhead behind you that is just riding your ass and they're just glaring at you. Like you're just looking around, you're like, where's the cop? Any other time there'll be a cop ready to pull somebody over, but it happens so frequently. And the amount of times I've seen people just drive around people because they're driving the speed limit. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect. It's like on a straightaway road like that, you driving like 35 miles an hour, maybe sometimes you even get up to 40. It happens. It's not like you're being some kind of egregious asshole for doing that. But then there just are these people where it's like, dude, come on. I hate that. I hate that. So there's my little tangent there. Yeah, exactly. Too. Like you're like, if I hit the brake the wrong way, this person's going to rear end me. It'll be their fault for sure. But it's like, why? Like, why does it have to be this way? It doesn't have to be this way. But yeah, my last vehicle was a truck that I really liked, and it was I don't know, it was kind of beat up, but I like that aspect of it. And I'm not really a car person. That truck served me well, let me tell you. If I do get like a second vehicle again, I might get a truck again, because it having a truck is very useful. It's one of those things where it's like you don't realize just how useful it is until you don't have it. You're like, wow, many situations I could have used my truck. I could have benefited from that. But yeah. Gothmog, yeah. Oh, that sounds rough, bro. Anyway, thank you guys for listening to my little side tangent there that had nothing to do with gaming, but PlayStation Pete, thank you for your super chat, man. And yeah, that's crazy. You're saying you're not going to be able to game for a while. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Anyway. You like the sidebars? I'm glad. I have another super chat here from the Zombie Fanatic. He says, give me an example of where you jump to a conclusion. Well, all right. I'm glad you asked this, Zombie Fanatic, because I think this is where I can give myself a little bit more credit and be a little bit more fair towards myself. When I look back, maybe using the terminology jumping to a conclusion is the wrong terminology to use, because when I think back towards, let's just use like the situation with Starfield as an example, right? The assumption from people is that I jumped to a conclusion, but I never did. In fact, if I did jump to any conclusion, it was that I thought it was going to be a really big and successful game that would live up to the expectation. That was my expectation. And the most important thing regarding Starfield when I reflect on 2023. And I point out Starfield specifically because, man, the conversation around that game was intense and insane. The most important thing that sticks out to me is I never played it. And I never had any intention of playing it. And it's not about jumping to a conclusion. It's about, do I actually care? Like, about the thing I'm talking about? Or is this just one of those situations where I'm talking about this thing because it's like the topic of the day, the flavor of the day? It's what's in the cycle right now. So, I'm going to get caught up in that and, of course, talk about it. I don't blame myself for doing that because it's just the way it goes, But the realization I had is that I never had any intent whatsoever to ever touch that game, whether it was an Xbox game or not. I don't play those games. And just simply put, I'm indifferent to it. It means nothing to me in any way. And that is something I will not be doing on the channel going forward, where if there's something that, if it's not something I want to interact with, like just from me and me alone, and my only reason for wanting to interact with it is because, well, it's popular to talk about, or it's the main focal point of the news cycle this week or something, then that's, again, it has to start with my interest in it first, and then I'll take it from there. It doesn't mean that, like, if somebody, asks a question or posts a comment or puts like a super chat talking about it, then we'd be like, oh, sorry, I'm not talking about that. Not like that. That's kind of weird. But I think you guys understand what I'm saying. So, Zombie Fanatic, I guess what I mean to say, it's not necessarily about jumping to conclusions. It's about getting caught up in conversations about things that, when I take a step back, I come to the realization that, wait, I don't even care about that thing in the first, I don't care about this thing. Why am I so involved in this or whatever this is? So, yeah. Hopefully that clarifies what I meant. But yeah, I think a lot of people do jump to conclusions with games. And I think it can be very harmful and detrimental. I think sometimes it is, on rare occasion, I think it is justified. Like for example, the day before, if you look back at that situation at the end of 2023, a lot of people jumped to the conclusion when that game was first revealed a couple years ago that that's not real. That's way too good to be true. That's BS. And there were a lot of people who pushed back against that because they're like, yo, you're being way too down, man. You're jumping to conclusions. And it's like, well, you know what? In that case, the people who jumped to that conclusion day one, 100% correct. Like, they nailed it. So in rare circumstance, that is the best thing to do. But again, it's rare. All right, let me see here. I have a super chat from Supremacy 101, and holy crap. What? Whoa, hold on. Let me rub my eyes here for a second. Isaac Adrian just dropped a $200. Well, it just looks like a donation here. Isaac, bro, I need you, clearly you're in the chat. Isaac, I need you to confirm to me right now that you meant to not say anything with this, because that's a massive, massive donation, dude. $200. Holy crap. Workout time? Yeah. Isaac, I gotta get some curls in. I was like thinking, I worked out again earlier today, and I'm feeling kind of sore, and I'm like, I want people to obviously donate to the channel, and I want to give the people what they want, but wow, that's crazy, dude. Well, Isaac, again, assuming you didn't actually chat anything, and this is just a $200 donation, I have to express immense gratitude right now, because that was very unexpected. MGS soundtrack. All right, let's go. You know what time it is. We got Waved Max also coming in with a membership gift. Waved Max, thank you so much, man, for paying it forward and continuing the membership train. Supremacy 101, I got 2 super chats from you. I'm going to get to them in just a moment. I got to give Isaac Adrian here. I'm like still flabbergasted. I just was not expecting that. I got to give him some reps here. So let me turn on the... What should I do? Should I do curls? I think I'll do some curls. I'm trying to work on my biceps more than anything. So here we go. Gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. Jakey Stee comes in with a $3 super sticker. Hold on, is the MGS, is it playing? It is playing. I just can't hear it for some reason. Hold on, I kept my dumbbells here. I knew this was gonna happen. All right, Isaac, this is for you, bro. Let's go. Can't see me. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. Go. All right, let's go. Let's get those reps. Guys, if you have dumbbells, you gotta do it with me. Let's go. We said we were going to do this. We're going to get jacked this year. It's going to happen. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. I got to be honest. I love that we're doing this because it really gets the blood flowing. You're doing toe curls? All right, well, that's something. A couple hammer curls in there. Saying all the grunt sounds mighty sus. If someone isn't watching the stream. Yeah, dude. $200 super chat. I gotta feel the burn, bro. Oh, I'm feeling it. Holy shit. I am feeling it. Think I should do some workout videos? All right. Man. Oh, man. You just did some curls with me? Awesome, dude. I gotta say, I really like that. I really like this. The idea that if you tune into my channel, you never know. You never know. Gotta do a little workout. Gotta get some reps in. Whew. All right. Let me fix the camera here. Alrighty. Well, that's a side quest. I notice I feel bad because like I lose some viewers every time we do this. Makes me a little self-conscious. Like I don't want to upset people so bad that are some people that are tuning in. They're like, bro, MBG, I got to be real with you here, man. I'm not here to watch you work out. I'm here to talk games. But you're saying no need to work out. It's silly. I don't know, man. I got a great pump going right now because of this, and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling more alert. I'm feeling more awake. I think it benefits the stream. I do. It benefits the stream, man. But thank you guys for helping me with that. Thank you for bearing with me. If you're somebody who doesn't like working out and this just makes you cringe to death or very uninterested, thank you for bearing with me. But yeah, once again, Isaac Adrian, man, seriously, thank you so much for a $200 donation for the channel. That's massive, and you know, this is what it's all about. I'm only able to do this because of the because of the support. Cringe to death. I don't know, like, is it that cringe? I can't tell. I really can't tell. Like, I feel like it's a little bit cringe just because it's like, but, you know, whatever. It's just silly. It's for fun. It's for fun, man. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes, because if I do seriously stick to this for the entire year, I'm not kidding. I want to take some pictures and compare them, because if I do this for the entire year and it produces amazing results, it'll actually be super interesting to look back and be able to say that streaming got me in shape, in better shape. That would be, I gotta say, that would be a hell of a thing to be able to achieve. Everything is cringe until you do it enough. That's an interesting viewpoint. All right. Don't forget leg day. I didn't. This was actually way more painful because I worked out my legs the other day for the first time in a while, and oh man, having a hard time walking. Okay. Supremacy 101, thank you so much for your patience, man. You're saying here with a $10 super chat, MBG, PSVR isn't something I care about, but I heard you talk about it the other day, and it got me thinking, why don't they make it a third-party device? You know, make it a de facto headset for all platforms. What say you? That's another great question. You know, I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm very nervous about PlayStation VR 2 going into 2024 because Sony hasn't really talked about it. Now, granted, Sony hasn't been talking much about anything for a little while now. They're still, in general, quiet all around, but I just get nervous about the fact that they haven't talked about sales in a very long time. They haven't announced any first-party games in general. I mean, it's hard for me to, I guess, kind of focus just on PSVR 2 and saying, oh, they don't have any first-party games announced. Well, they don't have any for PS5 really either, or at least not nearly as many. So there could be stuff in the works, but I'm just generally nervous about PSVR 2 and whether or not it may end up becoming a device where it's just like, hey, it's going to fade away, just like the Vita. And oh my God, dude, bro, no, there's no way. This man is like, this whole stream's going to be a workout. Isaac Adrian just dropped another $200 super chat. He just dropped a second $200 super chat. Holy shit, bro. And he says, Happy New Year's. He just dropped $400 in super chats and donations. Isaac, bro, I don't even know what to say. Like, I seriously don't even know what to say. That is... Hold on. That's crazy, dude. Here we go. Here we go. Isaac, this one's for you, bro. He's getting me jacked. burn, bro. I'm feeling the burn. Woo! Isaac Adrian, bro. Those were for you, man. What was that, like 20 reps? A little over 20? Waved Max, you're saying you did it too? Good shit. Dude, I'm telling you. By the end of this year, we're going to be a workout channel. We're going to be a fitness channel. That's awesome. Oh, by the way, it's it's my oh, here we go. It's my son's birthday today. He just turned 3, and apparently he's watching me on the TV. And he says I'm a very tough, big guy, which is really funny. That's good stuff, man. But yeah, Isaac Adrian, really though. That's insane. That's insane. Not something I was expecting today. Not something that I'm really ever expecting, frankly. But sorry if I seem a little bit winded. You know how it goes. That's how I know it's working. Yeah, I got to stop swearing. I didn't know he was watching. But Isaac Adrian drops $400 worth of super chats supporting the channel, saying Happy New Year's. Thank you so much, dude. And Jakey Stee drops another super sticker indicating the MGS theme is played. So, good stuff. Yeah, Isaac, did you know it was little MBG's birthday today? All right. Matt Fu. Also got to give a big thank you and shout out to Matt Fu. He drops 5 more membership gifts onto this community. Matt, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the support. And I just got to give you guys, in general.
Holy shit.
Cover your ears. Son, cover your ears. But seriously, thank you. Thank you so much for all the support. Matt Fu, you bring us up to 18 members on the day, which is awesome to see. I'm just trying to keep my shit straight right now as I continue to curse. But I have another super chat from Supremacy 101. Again, thank you so much for being patient, man. You're saying, with the exception of their Sipple. All right. All the blood flow is leaving my brain. Let's try this again. Capono, you're saying, MBG, I'm sorry I can't donate like that. No. Dude, listen. I should just say this too. This is not ever an expectation. Like, the only expectation I truly have going into my channel anymore is just, and I wouldn't even say it's an expectation, but it's just something I kind of have a bit of faith in, is that we'll make it work. You know, there will be enough support that I will be able to continue to do this because I love doing it. And I put some faith into that. So it's, to anybody who does donate, thank you so much. It's clearly out of the kindness of your heart. And it means the world to me. It does. And if you can't, just you being here watching means just as much, really. You know, without the viewership, I don't think any of this would necessarily work. So thank you guys. But Supremacy 101, my God, I got a full-blown pump going now. He says, with the exception of their single triple anus IPs, all their games as a service should be made to be played on everything, like Fortnite or Minecraft. What say you? I'm actually in agreement with that. I know that sounds a bit loaded, and I feel like some people might think, wait, MBG, do you mean to say that Sony should release a game like Concord even on Xbox? Yeah, I do. I think if there's a game that Sony's making, that is set to be a game as a service, as in it needs the most amount of support, it needs, you know, as many players as possible, it needs to make as much money as it possibly can. I think the best path forward with that is to, put it everywhere it can go. Anywhere where there may be an audience for this game, go for it. As long as it can run, right? Like, if it could easily run on the Xbox console, release it there. I mean, if you look at something like MLB The Show was exclusive to PlayStation for years and years. And it was a pretty, it was a pretty big exclusive, right? It's an exclusive game that like a lot of people say that's where I get my AAA baseball fix. And then when it went to Xbox, I think a lot of people were thinking like, uh-oh, how's that going to affect it? And it's like, it turns out it really didn't. Anybody who bought a PlayStation to play MLB, they continued to do so. They just stuck to PlayStation. So I do agree with that. We have Matt Fu. God, you guys are going nuts today. Seriously, Matt drops 10 more membership gifts onto this community. He just dropped a 10 bomb.
Appreciate it.
Huge shout out to Matt Fu for showing some incredible support by dropping 15 total memberships so far. W's in the chat. Matt, thank you so much. You've been showing up to more and more, pretty much every stream, I would say, and dropping more and more membership gifts, which is awesome. So thank you. Thank you so much for that, dude. I'm going to give you a snake for that. There you go.
Kept you waiting, huh?
So 10 more memberships gifted. That brings us up to 28 on the day. I'm hardly even through my my lists yet here. But hey, we got plenty of time. So actually, let me update the member goal. And we'll continue this conversation. So 28 members on the day. And there we go. All right. We have Hicksock. He says here with his milestone chat, he's been a member for 8 months. You should totally get a PS5 launch console, the heaviest model, or PS3 fat consoles and lift that LOL. Cheers. Love the stream as always. You know, that would be pretty funny. I'm using 25-pound dumbbells, which, you know, they're not like the heaviest, certainly not, but they're very effective. You know, you do 15, at least for me, I do 15 reps of curls or anything really with my arms. I'm feeling it. If I were to get like PS3s or PS5s, wow. You know what? We'll see one day. That would be wild, wouldn't it? All right, guys, I'm going to do my reps. I just lift up 2 PS5s and I start doing like a lateral raises. That would be amazing. Now that would be a meme. I'll think about it. PS3s, are they they're pretty cheap now, right? Thank you, Hicksock, for the idea. We have Supremacy 101 with another $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying Sony should consider buying a mobile game giant. Could prove more lucrative than buying an actual publisher. Google, the most successful mobile game publishers. Let me see. Azer Games is the top publisher of 2022 by downloads. You know, it's an interesting theory you got there. I mean, Tencent is huge. NetEase. Guerilla, never heard of them. Activision Blizzard is number 4 on this top 10 list I pulled up. Psy Games, Zynga, Supercell, Mihoho. See right there. Genshin Impact, MiHoYo. Sorry, not Mihoho. MiHoYo. They're huge. That could be somebody that Sony, I don't necessarily know that they would acquire them, but I don't know, try to do something huge with them. Mihoho. Niantic and Electronic Arts. I didn't know. So EA is pretty huge in mobile. I didn't realize that. They're number 10 on this list. Well, I will tell you, man, Sony is going to get much more heavily involved in mobile. I think they've made that clear, but it is worth noting they just partnered with NCSoft, and this partnership is a big one. I mean, this is a partnership that you have to imagine Sony is expecting that it's going to lead to potentially a huge uptick in terms of their mobile presence. Now, because it's a partnership, they don't have like full ownership, but the idea is this partnership is going to be mutually beneficial. If they release this Horizon mobile PC MMO game, right, and it's in collaboration with NCSoft, it could be huge. And that will be an intellectual property that Sony owns. So they won't get like 100% of what this game gets through mobile, but they'll probably get the lion's share since they own the IP. But it's definitely something worth thinking about. The idea of Sony buying anybody, though, I'll be honest with you, Supremacy, I'm of the mindset that I don't think Sony is going to be going after anybody in terms of acquisitions. I don't want to say in general. I think they still will make acquisitions, but I don't think they're going to do anything major anytime soon. I think that they're trying to sort out their last major acquisition, which was Bungie. And I think it kind of serves as a cautionary tale for Sony, is like, you got to be really, really, really careful. Really careful. All right, let me straighten myself out here. And then Supremacy with another one. You're saying, I believe King more than Call of Duty is why Microsoft bought Activision. They did say that, yeah. Microsoft reiterated multiple times that this $68 billion acquisition was mainly for the mobile stuff. I think it's obviously beneficial for them all around, but I will say when I've talked about Activision Blizzard, which was many times last year, that's something that just kind of escaped my mind, right? The notion that, well, King is massive. They're they're number 4 on this top 10 list. That's huge. Like, of course, Microsoft is going to want to go after something like that. And it's just not something I really thought about, but I think you're right. I do think you're right. All right. So first off, I want to just apologize to my viewers. I know things got a little bit crazy, and to anybody who was hoping that we were just going to be able to go through this list in a timely, concise manner, I apologize. But we are getting back to the list now. Okay, so PlayStation 5 exclusives that may release in 2024. Again, number 1, Concord. Number 2, Silent Hill. Number 3, now this one's actually confirmed, Stellar Blade. I want to point out here that Sony seems to feel pretty good about Stellar Blade, because we did talk about how, I think it was at the end of last year, they struck a new partnership with ShiftUp, and this is kind of significant, where I don't know if they own the Stellar Blade IP, but they're publishing the game. They're getting directly involved with this game. They want to be directly involved with it. And I have to imagine it's because they see potential with Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is a game that seems to have more excitement behind it than I had anticipated. And again, it was revealed very recently that, yeah, it's coming out in 2024. It was set for 2023. It obviously got delayed, but now it seems like it might come sooner than we think. I'm only saying that because it did show up in the new trailer that we just watched. PS5 games coming in 2024. Stellar Blade had a pretty significant presence in that. It's right in the thumbnail. They showed it. I wouldn't be surprised if this game comes out within the first 6 months of 2024. Irfan, you're saying MBG Tom Henderson just tweeted that he expects the PS5 Pro reveal to come in late Q3. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's 100% what I'm expecting as well. I do want to say really quick that I put out a video on Tuesday where the thing I talked about first was CES 2024, which is happening in 4 days. PlayStation or Sony will be there. And that there was a lot of conversation happening that people are expecting the PS5 Pro will be revealed at CES. And I tried to caution people, like, don't get your hopes up for that. Don't. It's very, very, very unlikely that the PS5 Pro is going to show up at CES. The logic is there. Like CES is to show off the latest cutting edge technology, but I think it's just way too soon. I think that Sony would be too nervous that it would dissuade people from buying the current PS5 model. You know, they're trying to break a record with how many PS5 units they're going to sell. So if they announce a Pro, there's at least a decent chance it'll cause people to go, oh, well, maybe I'll just save my money and get the Pro. To whereas, I mean, you know, they're two different products, of course, but it's worth noting that the PS4 Pro was revealed and announced September of 2016 and then launched November 2016. I think Sony's going to follow that exact same approach. And I hope it's with a showcase. That'd be cool. But yeah, getting back to the list here, Stellar Blade, I think has the potential to be one of the more standout PlayStation 5 exclusives if it's as good as it's looking to be and it lives up to the expectations that people have. People, I think, are very much excited to see more of this. And it seems like Sony is out here, again, getting behind it. There's a blog post saying it's coming in 2024. Now it's showing up in their upcoming games for 2024. I think we're going to see it soon. Could be wrong about that, but I fully anticipate that it won't get delayed and it will release this year. So, moving on to the next game. This is number 4, Fair Games. Okay, keep in mind, this list is games, PS5 games that could come out this year. Now, I also want to say, I probably should have said this at the beginning of this list. I'm trying to be as realistic as possible with this list. I know that I've kind of garnered a reputation over the years of being like the hype man and always getting my expectations too high, and sometimes those expectations being met, but other times, maybe even many times, being let down in some regard or being totally wrong about something. This time around, I'm just taking a different approach where I'm trying to be as realistic as possible with this list, and I'm trying to make sure that I don't throw anything on this list that just seems way too hopeful, way too out of left field. And again, there is a question that I want to ask you guys at the end of this list that I think kind of encapsulates the whole situation. Number 4, Fair Games. Fair Games is being made by Haven. Haven is a new studio founded by Jade Raymond, and we haven't seen a game from them. We haven't seen any gameplay. However, this was the game that Sony decided to open their show with last year. PlayStation Blog introducing Fair Games, a competitive heist experience coming to PS5 and PC. The team and I are super excited to finally unveil the project we've been working on here at Haven, our first new intellectual property, Fair Games. It's a fresh, modern take on the heist genre. In a nutshell, this is a thrilling, competitive heist game where you join an underground movement to rob the ultra-rich and rebalance the scales. I've always been passionate about creating new IPs that offer a sense of mystery and a window into different subcultures of society. In many ways, I feel like my own experience and the collective experience of the entire team creating new IP and working on captivating multiplayer games has led us here. Fair Games will give you an opportunity to break the rules as a modern-day Robin Hood, a thrill seeker, or just someone who wants to collect cool loot. Trespass inside forbidden locations around the world, fill your pockets like a kid in a candy store, and unravel the nefarious plans of untouchable billionaires. They say here that Fair Games will be coming to PS5 and PC, and we hope you are as excited about the game as we are. For now, we are heads down and focused on bringing Fair Games to life, and we'll continue to share more as soon as we can. So they also say here, oh wait, no, I misread that. So that's pretty much it. That's the blog post for Fair Games. So I will say I'm much less confident about Fair Games coming out in 2024. I do think Fair Games is much more likely to be a 2025 title because again, Concord had a 2024 year attached to it as soon as it was revealed. Fair Games, they're making it clear that this is what the game is, and now we're getting back to work, and we're hard at work doing everything we can to to just, I guess, I feel like they mentioned a beta when they revealed this game, or at least in the trailer, and I don't think we've even gotten a beta yet, so I don't know if they're maybe running a little bit behind. It's hard to say. Is Fair Games a studio or an IP? It's an IP. Fair Games is the name of the game that they're making. The studio is Haven. So I do think there is a chance still that it could come out this year, but I think this is one of those games that's less likely. I do suspect we will see it, certainly, for the first time this year in action. We'll see some gameplay. We'll get new information. But yeah, saying you never heard about it. Yeah, it was revealed at the showcase last year. So we're going to move on to the number 5 title here. And before I do, I want to ask you guys, if you don't mind, please take a moment and hit that like button for me. It really helps the streams, helps with the algorithm, but most importantly, it lets me know that you guys are enjoying the streams. So we have over 360 people here, which is awesome. If you could take a second, hit that like button, we could easily crush 200 likes. We have Pushing Polygons, a member for 8 months. He says, Happy New Year to you, MBG. With the first party being a little sparse, what games do you think they will show off alongside the PS5 Pro? So to answer your question, I think what Sony's going to do is here's what I'll say, Pushing Polygons. We're reaching the end of this list. I'm going to come back to what you're asking here. All right? I'm going to come back to it when we reach the end of this list, and you'll see what I mean. Okay? And I'll answer that question. The number 5 game here, Phantom Blade Zero. Now, Phantom Blade Zero, I feel like at this point has kind of went a little bit under the radar in the sense that it was revealed at the PlayStation Showcase. It blew people's minds because it looked incredible, and it was like a kind of out of nowhere game. It is a PlayStation 5 console exclusive, and they did say that they're shooting for a release in 2024. Now, we haven't really heard much of Phantom Blade Zero since it was revealed, but it was, again, a major standout game from the showcase, and it really does look like kind of next level, and it could be a mega hit game if it does everything that it was showing off and executes on it. This is a game that I want to say I'm 50-50 on. I would not be surprised at all if it doesn't come out in 2024. And yeah, that's true, Jay Shako. You're saying that it's supposed to be getting a demo in Q2 of 2024. So if we do get that demo and it doesn't get delayed, then I think it's looking pretty good. I think it's looking pretty good there. Irfan is mentioning Lost Soulside. Yes, Lost Soulside is another game that is, I believe, coming out this year. One I keep forgetting about, though, but one that looks very promising. But Phantom Blade Zero, I got to say, looks really, really promising. Like, this game looks incredible. And if this game manages to launch in 2024, I think it would go a long way in really just kind of fleshing out the lineup for PS5 exclusives in 2024. I know that, as you can see, it's not a first party owned studio from Sony, so we can't technically call it a PlayStation Studio title, but it is, again, a bigger exclusive that Sony clearly locked down, and people are very hyped for it. So I hope we see it, man. I hope we see Phantom Blade Zero drop this year. That would be insane. But we're going to move on to the 6th title, and this is basically just a prediction at this point, but a game that I could see Sony actually announcing and releasing this year, okay, is the next Team Asobi game. Now, I don't know that would be enough to get everybody excited, but the last Team Asobi game we got was Astro's Playroom, which launched with the PS5, of course, and it was awesome. And they've been working on a new game since then, and it's pretty clear that this game is going to be another Astro title. I'm assuming it's going to be a title that's built for both PS5 and PSVR 2, and we haven't heard anything from the studio in a while, other than that, they were, again, hard at work on their new project. This is one of those games that I think it would make the most sense. Well, not the most sense, but it would make a lot of sense if Sony was like, you know what? Let's save this game for our showcase and then kind of give it a boost by making it known, oh, and it's coming out in like 5 months or something like that. Like you really just don't have to wait that long for it. I could see them doing something like that. You talk about the PS5 Pro, and this is what I meant pushing polygons by answering your question. I could absolutely see Astro's, or not, I was going to say Astro's Playroom, but whatever the follow up is to Astro's Playroom, releasing alongside the PS5 Pro, and this being not the only game, to be clear. Certainly not the only game that Sony shows on the PS5 Pro, but kind of treating it in a similar way where it's like, let's show off what this thing can do and make Astro one of the games that does it. Because, I mean, that's the whole thing. When you think about Astro's Playroom, it showed off the DualSense, right? It showed off all the internal components of the PS5. It was like so cool how they did it, where like each level was like, this is a level based on the CPU, this is a level based on the GPU, this is a level based on the SSD. I could see them maybe doing something not exactly the same, but just aligning a new Astro game with the PS5 Pro. I think that would be a really cool thing for them to do. So that to me is another game. Excuse me, not sure what's going on here. That is another game that I could see Sony actually releasing this year, but I do want to make it clear, and this is important for me to highlight, I'm not that confident in it, okay? It could be that this new Astro game is not coming till 2024 or 5, potentially. Yes? Guys, hold on one sec. Sorry about that. Total chaos. I was gone for 7 seconds. But yeah, to be clear, I don't think that a new Astro game is something that we should go into this year expecting to be playing at the end of this year. It's not an expectation. It's just something that I think is in the realm of possibility, but not necessarily the most likely. So, yeah. With that being said, my 7th game here. Now, this is another one. In fact, I'll let you know, we have 8 total games here. Number 7 and number 8 fall in that same category. All right? It's important. I just need people to understand that I'm not sitting here saying these are games we will be getting this year. They're just, it's the realistic possibility of some of Sony Studios having games ready to announce this year and ready to release. So Team Asobi with the new Astro game is 1. Number 7, Fire Sprite. Now, I'm mentioning Fire Sprite because, again, this is a studio that was purchased by Sony in 2021. They're a massive studio. They have hundreds of developers. They're working on multiple projects. They've been working on multiple projects for years. This could be a studio that I could see at some point this year announcing a game and that game being ready to actually release before the end of this year. I don't know what that game would be. I don't know if it would be this single-player horror game that they're making. I don't know if it would be a Twisted Metal game that apparently they're working on. But I do think this is one of those first-party PlayStation-owned studios that could possibly have something ready to go. And that's where I'm going to leave my number 7. Number 8, this is another first-party PlayStation studio where I could see them having something ready to go, and that is Guerrilla Games. No, I'm not talking about Horizon 3. I'm talking about their multiplayer game. Now, I want to talk about this for a moment because I think there is some confusion. At least there is for me. Um, One of two things is happening right now with the Horizon series. Number one, 2 different multiplayer games are being made. Number 2, one multiplayer game is being made, but Guerrilla is handling the PS5 version and NCSoft is handling the PC and mobile version. I think that's what's happening here. The reason why I say this is because, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, I could be misremembering. Horizon Zero Dawn was one of the first games, one of the first PlayStation exclusive games to release on PC. Didn't Guerrilla work on that themselves? Didn't Guerrilla Games make that PC port and it had some pretty significant issues at launch because of that? Or am I misremembering? Was there another studio that handled it that I'm not recalling? This is important. I know it was before Nixus. Because I remember there was a little bit of controversy around the Horizon Zero Dawn PC launch where there were just issues. Yeah, so the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it would not surprise me if Guerrilla was basically saying, we don't want to handle the PC version of this game, this multiplayer game we're making. We're not confident in it. We don't really know what we're doing. And because of that, they handed off to NCSoft. Because we saw a job listing recently for this Horizon multiplayer game, and apparently it's like whatever NCSoft is doing with this multiplayer game, they only have PC and mobile listed. And this just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it doesn't make any sense that PS5 isn't listed until you consider, well, hold on a second. Guerrilla Games, not NCSoft, but Guerrilla Games has been working on some kind of multiplayer game since 2018. That's a long time. And I double checked. Simon LaRouche is the director of this project. He's still at Guerrilla. He's still working on this game. Here's what I think is going to happen. And this is probably my boldest prediction when it comes to I do think this is realistic. I'm ready to be totally wrong, though. And I know this wasn't meant to be a predictions stream, but I'll just throw this out there. What I think is going to happen is when Sony does a showcase this year in like April or May or June or sometime in that area, they're going to reveal this Horizon multiplayer game. And at first, it's just going to be for PS5. At first. And we're going to find out not too long after that there is a PC and mobile version in the works at NCSoft. So it's going to launch first on PS5. It's going to be, this game was made to appeal to the core PlayStation audience first and foremost, and that's where it's going to launch first. And then they're going to have a version that I think will be mostly the same game, but have slight alterations, at least for the mobile version. And when they release it, there will be like crossplay and stuff like that. I could see that happening. However, as Irfan is mentioning, he's saying maybe it's one of those 6 games that Sony delayed. That's also a possibility. It could be that Guerrilla maybe ran into some problems with this multiplayer game. That's why it's been in development for so long and we still haven't heard anything. It could be that them partnering with NCSoft is in an effort to maybe guide them and help them. But one thing I do think is clear is that this Horizon multiplayer game or project is not, they're not giving up on it. You know, this isn't a Last of Us faction situation, at least not yet. Hopefully it won't be. But they're not giving up on it. It's not reaching a level where it's like, well, we're just gonna go back to doing what we were doing before this. They seem to really be invested in this and they want to make it a thing. So I guess what I'm saying is I could see this possibly, and I'm like 25-75 on this. 25% chance that this game is announced this year and it's going to be free to play, and because of that, it actually launches this year. 75% chance I'm just off the mark and we're not going to hear from Guerilla at all this year. But here's where I get to, I think, the more interesting, well, I don't say interesting, but certainly the more pressing part of this conversation, and that is the question that I want to ask. Now, when I made this list, I looked over every PlayStation studio. Team Asobi, Bend, Sucker Punch, Santa Monica, Insomniac, Housemarque, Media Molecule, London, Bluepoint, Firesprite, Guerilla, Firewalk, Haven, Naughty Dog, San Diego, right? Polyphony Digital. I looked over them all. And it made me realize that the 3 games I put on my list here, okay? The 3 games from Sony, the 5 games from Sony Studios. Concord, Fair Games, Team Asobi, Firesprite, Guerilla. These are the only PlayStation studios, owned studios. I know I keep saying that, but just to make it as clear as possible, these are the only Sony-owned studios that could conceivably release their titles this year. So the question that I now have to ask, and this is the big question that, not trying to be a downer, but it has to be asked. Is it beginning to look like we are not going to get a big single player AAA first party game from a Sony studio in 2024? That's the question. Because to me, this is an important question that needs to be answered. So I'm looking to the chat right now, and I see a lot of you are saying yes. Irfan, I think you bring up something here that I agree with. You're saying nobody can know that answer. I do agree that right now it's impossible to know that answer, but think of it like this. We may not know the answer, but what we do know is, well, it's January 2024. And there are no single player AAA games announced from Sony that are being talked about right now or set to release this year. So what that means is that the only other possibility is that Sony has a game, and you tell me whether or not this sounds realistic to you. The only other possibility is that Sony has a game in development at one of their studios that they haven't revealed yet, that they're going to reveal this year, that's also going to release this year. And when I say a game that's going to be revealed and released this year, I'll be honest with you, I'm not talking about a new Astro game. I'm not talking about a Twisted Metal. I'm talking, which would be great. Like I would be happy with that stuff. But I'm talking about, like something more, something that aligns more with what I would say a lot of PlayStation fans have come to expect from Sony, at least once a year, right? Could be Blue Point. I mean, I'm going to say Blue Point is a no-go, especially based off of that leaked concept art, because it reveals they're working on a new IP. And that's super interesting to me, because it's like, okay, they're probably going to need a lot more time. Honestly, like if they're working on a brand new IP, I think they're going to need a lot more time. And so, yeah, I'm not. I don't really know how I feel about this. I mean, I'm kind of torn. On one hand, something that has become very clear as we move on to the second part of this conversation, which is me talking about the games I'm most excited about and looking forward to, and games I want to play. Something that has become clear is that Sony has a lot of partner studios and publishers that they are going to be leveraging this year. When we look at even just the confirmed games, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Helldivers, FF7. I mean, when we look at these games, Silent Hill 2 Remake, these are partner games. Like, some of the IP Sony owns, but other games, they don't own the IP, nor do they own the studio, but they will be exclusive to their console, at least for some time. And to me, it seems that what we may end up seeing from PlayStation this year, and again, I'm a little bit torn on this, but I do think I have when I really think about it, I come to a pretty definitive conclusion. What I think we're going to see this year is weak output from Sony-owned studios. I could see a scenario where the only Sony-owned studio game, first-party PlayStation studio game that we get this year is Concord. And then every other exclusive game we get from January to December are partner games. Yeah, I keep forgetting Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is coming too. And so what we end up seeing in 2024 is a year where there's just a ton of PlayStation 5 exclusives sprinkled all throughout the year, but none from their studios except for one, Concord. And Concord, again, not to keep talking about it, but even if Concord is a big hit game, I think most people will still look at that and be like, I don't know that that's enough to carry PlayStation for an entire year. It's not. But if you take Concord, assuming it is a successful game, and then you take all of these third-party games, but here's the most critical part. And then Sony has an amazing show at some point this year. And what makes this show amazing is that, hey, check out these first-party games. Here's what Blue Point's working on. Here's what Naughty Dog's working on. Here's what Ben Studio's working on. Here's what Sucker Punch is working on. I'm not saying we'll get all of that, but you get what I'm saying. They have that show. And so it's like, yeah, you're not playing these games now. You're not even playing these games by the end of the year. And some of these games you're not even going to be playing next year. But this is the pipeline. I think if Sony plays their cards just right, they could have a great year that people feel good about. But they have to have that. Again, it's the way in which they play these cards. Here's what I think. So my vision, I guess you could say, of Sony's trajectory for this year is as follows. Right now, Sony has the first quarter of this year lined up. If you're a PS5 owner, you know what you're getting, and you know if it's for you or if it's not. Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin. That's 5 games, right? Now, I'm not saying that, again, quality over quantity. There's a pretty diverse slate of games there. If you're somebody who says, you know what, I'm not really interested in any of those games, then I think what happens after that is, okay, we're good from January to March. We have our games. We have 5 games. I don't think it necessarily matters whether or not those games are for every person. It's just we're good. We have a little bit more time. We bought ourselves more time. Um, I think it's safe to say that. Shortly after March, Sony is going to do a showcase. And this showcase is going to be of utmost importance where, all right, now, it's do or die, sink or swim, show us the goods. The time is now. And let's just say they have a great show. And it's like, holy shit, there's the roadmap. It's looking glorious. But on top of that, Sony also makes a few other announcements, or their partners make a few other announcements. So, oh yeah, by the way, Silent Hill 2 Remake is coming. Oh yeah, and also Stellar Blade. Oh, and also Phantom Blade Zero. And so the only real question at that point, in my opinion, is, all right, what's your big holiday game? And I don't know the answer to that question, obviously. But I feel pretty confident that this is the way it's going to play out because when I kind of deduce everything, right, and I just look at things for what they are, I don't think Sony has a secret game that they're just going to come out and be like, yeah, this is coming out this year. One of the biggest mistakes I made this time last year, and we went over this in my last stream, was I made a prediction, and it was by far my worst prediction, where I said last year that Sony is going to have not one, but two exclusive first-party games that they're going to announce and release this year. I said that for 2023. And it's like, it just goes to show that I really didn't quite understand like what was in store for us in 2023. And I don't want to make that same mistake again. Now, there's something else I do want to address here because I think it is worth addressing. But before I do, I have a super chat from Ice Rezo. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying MBG, Sony has never been about first-party games until the PS4 era. It's always been about third-party exclusives. For example, JRPGs, DMC, Metal Gear. That is true. But at the same time, when you look at the success, when you look at the trajectory of success and growth for PlayStation during the PS4 era, it demolishes the PS3, the PS2, and the PS1. Sony found a new level of success that they, at one point in time, probably could only dream of in the gaming space. And that is because of their first party. I think that they discovered this with the PlayStation 3. They discovered the power of first party with PlayStation 3. Like when you really go hard, I mean, you really put the pedal to the metal with your own studios. Look at what it did. It saved their console. It literally turned it around for them. And their fan base rejoiced. And they were like, we got to do this again with the PS4. And obviously they doubled down on that with the PS5. But now we have kind of reached that point where right now there seems to be a lot of doubt. And I'm not here to engage with people who have a lot of doubt when it comes to PlayStation simply because I don't think there's any reason for me to. I think that if somebody feels very doubtful about, oh man, like I don't know. I'm not here to say you're wrong or that you shouldn't feel that way. In fact, I would say that, well, yeah, I think you got a pretty good reason. Depending on what it is you care about. Depending on why you care about PlayStation at all. Depending on why you play on PlayStation. I'm not here to tell you shouldn't feel that way. But if I were to engage with it, what I would say is that I just don't agree. Not because, and I know some people might think, oh, maybe you're a little bit delusional. I don't think so. I don't think what I'm about to say is delusional. I don't think what I'm about to say is, I mean, I guess you could call it coping, but to me, it just seems reasonable in the sense that, like, well, yeah, that has to happen. And I want to highlight specifically a comment that I got on my video yesterday. Now, I'm not trying to do this too often, but there's a specific reason I want to highlight this comment. It's because I noticed it got a lot of upvotes, which means that quite a few people feel the same way. And the comment here, of course, I can't find it now. Give me just a moment to find it. I don't know why it's not at the top of the. It was by far the most upvoted. Here we go. So this comment has 53 upvotes, and it was from Unicorn Tomboy. And they said, this is going to be a disappointing year. No new announcements, no roadmap, no games coming. What happened to Sony compared to 2016 and 2017? And again, it has 53 upvotes. Now, this to me is a perfect comment to highlight at this moment in time during this conversation, because that is a sentiment that is shared by, I think, more people than you would expect. Not everybody, certainly not the casual, but for the people who are paying attention to these conversations, paying attention to PlayStation and their studios to any degree, this is something that people are saying. However, the only way I feel like I can properly respond to that is by saying I just don't agree with that. Because they're saying things in a way that to me doesn't add up. This is going to be a disappointing year. Well, that's fine. If 2023 was a disappointing year, I can understand the logic why going into 2024 with PlayStation, you might think to yourself, well, that's going to be a disappointing year as well. I have no reason to expect otherwise. Okay, that's fair. I give them that. That's fine. But then they say no new announcements, no roadmap, no games coming. Now, here's the thing. They're not, if I'm reading this correctly, they're not saying that there won't be no new game announcements, that there won't be no roadmap, or that there won't be a roadmap at some point. But this is the problem that I think PlayStation faces right now, is that this is a true comment that when I say I disagree with, it's just the beginning part. I don't agree that it's going to be a disappointing year for one simple reason, because it sure as shit better not be, you know? And I know that sounds maybe a little bit entitled, but it's like, no, it really shouldn't be. Because if this year ends up being disappointing for PlayStation, well, there's going to be like real problems. I mean, like at that point, it's like, okay, is this thing starting to sink a little bit here? You know, like, is it really starting to go down, in a, I would say in a spiral, but in a very underwhelming and unexciting fashion. I just don't agree with this notion. And this is the point. I know I'm basically speaking in circles at this point. So let me get to the actual point I'm trying to make. I disagree with the notion that we shouldn't expect new game announcements to a significant degree from Sony this year. Now, there is a difference between new game announcements and new game releases. I have already accepted at this point, and it sucks. I'm not happy with PlayStation because of this. Like, I'm not happy to say that this is what I expect, but it is just the simple reality of what is, based off of what I know. I've accepted that this year will likely be very weak for their first-party studios. And I do believe that a part of that has to do with mismanaging. I do believe that a game like The Last of Us Factions would have been a title that would have come out in 2024 if that studio wasn't mismanaged with the way that they were approaching this multiplayer game. But it's water under the bridge at this point. I think that this year is going to be filled with a lot of support titles that would be considered second and third party exclusives. But I do also think, and I do also expect, that the way Sony will make up for that is in the only way that makes any sense. The only way that makes things kind of okay. And that is, again, here are the new games. Here is the roadmap. Sorry we've kept you waiting. Now the time is right. There it is. Because I assure you that if we don't get that from Sony this year, then that will clearly indicate that things are significantly worse at PlayStation Studios than we could have imagined. It's no secret that they've run into some problems. It's no secret that they made seemingly a bad bet on Bungie. It's no secret that we went into 2023 expecting this exact thing and didn't get it. So it is reaching that point where, all right, hey, the year came and went. We didn't necessarily get what we were hoping for. And we got a lot of bad news in some ways. So it wasn't great. Well, let's see what you got now. Because surely it's going to get better, right? Well, hopefully. But yeah, to me, this is something that is going to be, I think, again, at the forefront of the conversation all throughout this year. Not for any reason other than it's just what the fan base is ready for. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always have to be like, oh well, if you're somebody who's eager to see Sony announce new first-party games at a showcase, well, that means you're not enjoying the games now that you're playing on your console. No, I mean, both can be true at the exact same time. And in fact, I would say most times that is exactly the situation. But the only way this year, I think, really pans out in a much more positive way for PlayStation, and in a way that gets them back to like 2015 Sony, 2016, 2017 Sony PlayStation, is it just comes down to you got to show the roadmap. There's no way around it. And at this point, I want to refer to my chat. And I have a couple more super chats here I'm going to get to. But I want to ask you guys, do you agree or disagree with me? And I'm like, when you answer me, please tell me why or why not. Because I feel pretty strongly. In fact, I feel very strongly about what I'm saying right now. But if somebody... I'm mainly curious if you disagree, why exactly you disagree. Just because I'm just wondering if there's something I may be missing or not seeing. While you guys are excuse me. While you guys are typing that in the chat, I have a super chat from Perfect Image. He says, for me, it's fine. I'm getting Rise of the Ronin, Tekken 8, after beating them, going back to GTA. Yeah, there's not many games to play. There's not many games to play what you haven't finished. Well, I mean, as you're going to see in a moment here, like, the only reason I'm having this discussion, like this is even a segment of this show today, is for the simple fact that I couldn't help but notice when I was writing my list down that it's like there's one glaring like omission here, and that is like, just where are Sony Studios? And that is where I have to kind of go into this conversation where it's like, okay, well, let's try to answer that question. My assumption is Sony Studios have been working hard on many different games that we haven't seen because they just weren't ready to be shown. But this year, surely by this point, they at least some of them have to be ready to be shown. Yeah, Irfan, you're pointing out something very critical here. You're saying MBG Sony didn't really have many games in 2016, but they did a massive show. It's the same thing. They just need to repeat that again. Yeah, I agree. I think that having a big show and giving players and fans those games to look forward to, I think it goes a very long way. Devil Shooter, you're saying disagree simply because I'm finding myself caring about first party less and less with Sony. All right, well that's fair. Um, Warlock says hard disagree. I don't need Sony first party considering the Japanese lineup. Well, when you say hard disagree, are you referring to like the first couple months of this year or the entire year? Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing about it. Like I see somebody. Oh, you're saying the entire year. I don't play Persona. Don't play Yakuza. Yeah, Persona and Yakuza. These are game series that I know people get absolutely addicted to, and I've heard really good things about them. Who knows? Maybe this will be the year I give some of them a try. We'll see. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, well, I want to make it clear, and I think is something that I do need to clarify, and that is when I have these discussions with you where I'm hyper focused on PlayStation Studios exclusive games. I know sometimes it comes off like because that's all I care about or that's all that matters. And I want to make it clear that that's absolutely not true. In fact, when we go over the next list that I'm going to cover with you guys, a lot of the games that I'm excited for are not exclusive. I don't just play on PlayStation for exclusives. I play way more third-party games than I do exclusives. I think it's a pretty normal thing. But it's just that I am so immersed, I guess you could say, in PlayStation's not even the ecosystem, but just I've become so immersed in their games and their franchises and their studios and just following it that it is easily what I get most excited about. Like I don't get excitement out of a game on PlayStation um for just one reason and one reason alone. There are a myriad of reasons why. And in the case of PlayStation Studios, I mean, it's just been experiencing so many different games from them over the years and finding that like I really enjoyed a lot of them. It's just naturally become one of those things where it's like, man, I can't wait to hear more, to get more, to play more, to see more, right? Like this is just kind of how it has worked. And when you kind of go a period of time without that or less of that, you start to wonder, well, what's going on, right? You know, like what I think again, not to beat a dead horse here, but it's like talk about Naughty Dog. I mean, yeah, it's perfectly reasonable to ask at this point, like, where's their new game? Like, yeah, it like that to me. That's like, yeah, I don't know. You think we would have seen it by now? We should see it. We should see it this year. It'd be crazy if we didn't see it this year, in my opinion. But I think where things kind of go off the rails is then when somebody follows that up by saying, well, yeah, I mean, PlayStation sucks, you know? So it's like, well, I mean, I guess, but I don't know that that's like, those are just two totally different things that, you know what I mean? Like, and that's where I think these conversations can get a little bit murky in this zone, because a lot of people, I think they kind of approach these conversations like that, where it's like, well, if Sony doesn't have any games this year that we know about coming from their studios, this is going to be a bad year. It's like, well, hold on now, hold on. Is that all you use your PlayStation for? Is that all PlayStation is to you? And if the answer to that is yes, then yeah, that's probably a true statement. If Sony doesn't have many games lined up that interest you, or just not from coming from their studios, and that's why you play on PlayStation, then the answer to that for you individually would probably be, okay, yeah, that's a true statement for you. But this is where it's just, I think it's important when we talk about these gaming platforms to understand that people don't play on any of these platforms for usually just one singular reason. And if anybody does play on these platforms for one singular reason, they're usually playing on many different platforms. And each one has its own specific reason. And I guess what I mean to say with the reason why I'm saying that is because I guess it's like if you bought a PlayStation for their exclusives, right? And there's like a year where there's just no exclusives, you're going to say, wow, this sucks. Like, this is a shitty year for PlayStation, and I'm very unhappy with it. But simultaneously, you're probably saying, but man, I've been playing a lot of great games on PC or on Switch or whatever, or on Xbox. And at that point, it's kind of like, well, yeah, I would say that's a pretty common thing that occurs with when you consider just how many different platforms there are and how many different exclusive games there are to that, and even from second and third party, right? So I don't know. I just think that sometimes people tend to, and I've done this as well, where it's like you become so, I don't know, like you get the blinders on, and you're almost like you have like a tunnel vision. And I think it's important to kind of be able to look past that, look beyond that, and realize that it's not as simple as just the one thing. If that makes sense. Maybe I did a horrible job explaining that, but what is going on here? Um, we have Ice Rezo, and he's saying game development takes a long time. It's fine if they don't have anything for the moment because they're still securing great games for the system. Well, that's the thing, man. Like, that's in my problem with this discussion. The problem I've created with this discussion is I continue to discuss it as if there's some kind of objective answer here, and there just isn't. There just isn't, because again, everybody plays on the PS5 or on any device for their own reasons. So if I'm just speaking for me and me alone, to me, there is a problem with PlayStation right now. The problem is that we haven't heard from their studios. And that problem, in my opinion, needs to be uh, solved this year. And that solution comes in the form of, please talk about your studios and show us what you're doing. It's like to just simplify it and make it as clear cut as I possibly could. That's just for me. Now, if you're somebody who says I agree with that, well then cool. We share something there. If you disagree with that, I have no problem with you. For example, Perfect Image, you're saying right here, or sorry, Ice, you're saying you're fine. And that's cool, because it's like, you know what? At the end of the day, when I'm finished having this conversation with you, I'm fine too. I still think it's a problem, but it's not a problem that gets in my way necessarily, um, if that makes sense. So, I You said that, what are you? Hold on. What are you guys talking? You're saying I'm very impatient. I think turn-based comments. I think I could play a game with turn-based combat. I think I could. I think I could. I really do. I'm not as impatient as I seem. I know I come off that way, but if it feels satisfying, yeah, I could do it. I do. I do think I could do it. It's true. No, you're not wrong, Wade Max. I'm not really that like I can't say that I'm into turn-based combat because I don't play games with turn-based combat. But I have dabbled with them in the past and I never had like a problem with them. I never like walked away from a game saying, "Man, I didn't like that turn-based combat." I never felt that way. It just so happens that I've had very few gaming experiences where that was the way you play the game. In fact, Pokemon is probably the biggest turn-based combat game I've ever played. Like, or the not the big, well, certainly the biggest, but the most amount of time I spent playing a turn-based game. Play Persona 5 and then check back. We'll see. We'll see, man. Um, so Ice, I appreciate that super chat, bud. We have GC84, a member for 7 months. He says, considering Xbox has a lot of first party games slated and possibly Call of Duty releasing into Game Pass this year. Hold on. I think you put this twice this year. Sony 2023, you talk about. Let me reread this. You're saying considering Xbox has a lot of first party games slated and possibly Call of Duty releasing into Game Pass this year, this Sony 2023 you talk about would be a disaster. This is where I'm going to challenge what you're saying here, GC, not in the like, no, you're wrong. Like Xbox can't have a better year than Sony. No, I think Xbox could absolutely have a better year than Sony if the time is right for them. Yeah, it's certainly. But that's the thing is like when I talk in this instance, when I'm talking about PlayStation, when I'm talking about their lineup, Xbox they don't play any role in it whatsoever. Like it's not a thing. I'm not talking from a competitive standpoint. I'm talking from a fan standpoint where as a fan, I'm here to say, just for me and me alone, that if Sony says to me this year, hey, we're going to have a lot of second and third party exclusives all throughout this year. We're going to drop Concord and we're going to have a showcase where we reveal our roadmap of all the exclusive games that are to come from our studios. I would be happy with that. And if I had to assume, I would be met with people saying things like, demand more, ask for more. Like, you do that, not me. Because I am asked. Well, first off, this is me asking for more. But if you think that's not enough, or me being okay with that, and this is not directed towards you, GC, but me being okay with that is like you have a problem with that. Okay, well then you go do you, and hopefully Sony listens to you. But I'm worried about me right now. And what I know is that I'm okay with second and third party exclusives if they're games that appeal to me. I'm also totally okay if this year Sony's first party is here are the games that are in development and that are going to be releasing for the rest of the generation. I'm okay with that. And if I had to guess, a lot of people would be okay with that. So when you mention Xbox having a good slate, that's a good, like, to me, that is a good thing. Because if anything, if we are talking about it from the competitive standpoint, it means that Sony does have to care. Sony might not have a game, like a single player game, ready to take on Hellblade. And that's totally fine. They don't need that. Like, dude, let Xbox have their time in the sun, man. We've been waiting for Hellblade for forever. Let that game shine. Let Microsoft get that, hopefully what'll be a win for them, and be like, you know what? Hey, man, Microsoft delivered what I assume to be a AAA single-player narrative-based game that I loved. And it could be on my game, top 5 games played this year, potentially. Good for them. Like, to me, that's like, hey, Sony, well, there you go. Like, your competition, they're doing it now too, to a certain degree. So you keep grinding away, and hopefully you'll have something coming soon. And that's the thing, is it's like, I just need, look, GC, you brought up Xbox. We have to acknowledge that the games that Microsoft has lined up to come out this year were announced years ago. And that's, if anything, it's worth pointing that out, because I think it proves my point that fans can be okay with just, hey, this is what we have coming. Here's what we have now, and it may not be this, but this is what we're working on. This is what's coming, and fans can be okay with that. They can get a little bit impatient, of course, because, again, making games does take a long time. But what fans don't like and what fans can't stand, understandably, is silence. Because it's like, what's going on here? And there have been moments where Sony was silent. There have been moments where Sony was very vocal. There have been moments where Microsoft was silent. There have been moments where Microsoft was very vocal as well. So this is just basically, like I said, a pendulum that swings back and forth. And when I'm talking about, so I disagree wholeheartedly with what you're saying, that you think that the Sony that I'm painting for 2020, I think you meant to say 2024, by the way, which I read 2023, but I think we're talking about 2024. I disagree wholeheartedly. I don't think that would be a disaster at all. I think that would be a relief. I do. I think if we're going to look at any year being the disaster year, and I think that's stretching it, but if we're going to look at any year being the disaster year, I think that would be 2023. Yes, because that showcase was nearly, if not a disaster, in terms of like, Sony, what are you doing? And sorry, Exley comes in and keeps the membership train going strong today. I'm sorry, I was so I was so engrossed in my conversation, I totally missed that you dropped 5 more membership gifts for us. Guys, let's get some W's flowing in the chat for our good friend Exley, who brings us up to 33 members on the day.
Appreciate it.
So Exley is keeping this train rolling. You guys already crushed a goal. Let's see if we end up hitting a second goal before the end of today's stream. But either way, you're killing it. So Exley, thank you so much, man. But that's all I'm trying to say, GC, is it's not about the competitive nature at this point, because that, I feel like that conversation is kind of, at least for now, over. We talked all about what Microsoft should do in order to compete with Sony, and we talked all about what Sony is doing, or what they have to continue to do, or what they need to do that they're not doing in order to be as competitive as they can be. And what we've learned over the months and even years, to an extent, of having those conversations is we can have that conversation until we're blue in the face, but these companies are going to operate how they see fit. And nothing proved that more to me than honestly witnessing both Sony and Microsoft last year, where for a long time it was talking about, man, Sony has to announce this and they have to do this and they have to do that. And and it's just the way that they chose to do it was like, well, they didn't listen to me at all. Like, they didn't listen to me at all. It's like, yeah, well, of course they're not going to listen to you. They're going to do what they're going to do, for better or for worse. Same thing with Microsoft. It's like, I've been saying for like years, like, oh, this is what Microsoft should do to sell more consoles. And it's just like by the end of it, it's basically Phil Spencer just saying, look, man, we're not trying to play that game. Like, we'll sell consoles, but that's not our main objective. And so it's like, oh, well, okay. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is that from the competitive standpoint, we're looking at companies that are doing their own thing. And when I look at Sony, the thing that they are doing right now is not horrible, I don't think, because again, there's a lot of games I'm looking forward to playing, which I'm going to go over very shortly. But there is a key component missing. And I don't know that Microsoft doing anything will change that. It could. I want to make that clear. It absolutely could. If Microsoft comes out tomorrow and is like, oh, we have a showcase we're dropping in January, and they announce like a bunch of games that people weren't expecting or whatever, that would be like, oh, wow, see, Sony, you come on. Microsoft just did it. Now you got to do it, right? So it's there. I just don't think it's really in front of our faces right now. And I see that I have 2 super stickers from Namco888. Thank you for that, buddy. Appreciate it. Have a couple more super chats here. Anonymous Boss says, MBG, just remember to say Baba Booey, and I'm waiting for Baby Steps, the real game of the generation. Nah, just playing. I want Silent Hill 1 in 4K 60. Listen, man, I'm going to tell you right now, that game, if that game Baby Steps ends up being like some kind of secret masterpiece, I mean, listen, it's possible. It's that game looked so weird. I got to admit though, like I like the concept of a game where it's like, good luck just even trying to control your character. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, sure. But thank you, Anonymous Boss. We also have Perfect Image. He says, also, NBA played first party until Ghost and Rise of the Ronin. Well, it's kind of funny to think that, I mean, like, when you think about Rise of the Ronin, right? That IP is, I believe, owned by Sony. Sony XDev is working on that game with Team Ninja. Sony is funding and publishing it. I mean, it is pretty close to being a first-party game, but even then, I still can't bring myself to view Rise of the Ronin as a Sony Studio first-party exclusive. Do you get what I'm saying? Where it's like, the fact that Sony, I mean, yes, I know that they're largely responsible for this game existing, but they don't own Team Ninja. And Team Ninja is, I would assume, the studio doing the overwhelming majority of the development of this game. This is a Team Ninja game that Sony published and funded. So I cannot, if Sony bought Team Ninja or owned them, then it would be like, yeah, that's Rise of the Ronin is a first party PlayStation exclusive. But it's difficult for me to view it that way. But that's where we use the term second party to describe that. It's just interesting because there's been some conversations going on lately about that. Like, what's first party? What's second party? What's third party? You're saying Koei Tecmo owns the IP, but PlayStation is publishing. I don't know. Usually, traditionally, Sony owns the IP if they're publishing it, but I feel like they've been kind of a little bit looser with how they approach that stuff these days. But I guess it doesn't matter. See, it's funny because I asked this question recently, and man, the responses I got were, as toxic as you. Not everybody, but there were just a lot of toxic replies. But the thing that I did walk away with is the realization that it just doesn't matter until people decide it matters. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's convenient to delve into the conversation of what's first party exclusive, what's second party exclusive, and what's third party exclusive. If you're trying to, I don't know, I guess like pit things against one another. But in reality, like when you just bring it down to its simplest form, if Sony pays for an exclusive from a third party publisher and they pay to make it exclusive on their console, and Sony releases a game from their own studio that's exclusive to their console, at like, you as the video game player, what's the difference? There is none. The only thing you know is, well, I can only play this on PS5. Now, granted, again, things get a little bit messier when you throw in PC in there, but that's just the nature of some of the change that has occurred. So we have Ice Rezo again saying, MBG, I play Quest 3, PC, PS5, Xbox, and Nintendo. I play every genre. I just love the art form, and I try to play all the great ideas that people imagine. I love that, Ice. I do. And that's a big goal for me this year. I don't know if I'm going to be able to achieve it because I'm a very stubborn individual, and I a lot of times I just feel like I'm set in my ways, but I know that's just not true. It's just a matter of willingness and openness. And something that I plan to really tackle this year is to expand in any way when it comes to my engagement with video games. I feel like my engagement with video games has been intense, but you know what it really was that did it? It was reflecting on 2023 and realizing that I spent not all of my time, but an unbelievable amount of time playing Dead by Daylight. One game. And I know why that is. It was because it was routine. And it's like my comfort, like junk food of gaming, not meant to be taken seriously. But I just couldn't help but think like, man, if I just cut that in half or even by a third, if I just took a third of that time and just dedicated to try playing different things, even if it's not like something you want to dive headfirst into, just force yourself just to just give it a shot. Just be more open, be more willing. And that's something that, again, when reflecting on 2023, I decided I want to change going into this year, where I just want to change, not completely, certainly not, but in some way, the way I approach how I play games. And I'm hoping that it will, again, result in very positive things. So you guys have witnessed firsthand on this channel times where I have went into games feeling very unsure, or even just not, like practically not even wanting to, but just being like, all right, I'm going to do it anyway. And then, again, there's no greater example than Final Fantasy VII Remake. There's no greater example than that game where it's just one day, I did not give a single F, frankly, about Final Fantasy. And then the next day, I'm like, this game is freaking awesome. I think I'm a Final Fantasy fan now. It's just like that, And that's where I said earlier, like, I want to be a little bit more strict about how extensively I choose to talk about things that I know I'm not going to do that for. Because no matter how open-minded I want to be, I am not that person. Like, I am not the person that's going to play every game. It's just, I mean, I don't know anybody who can play every game. What I do know is there will still be that part of me that I know there are some games I am just not going to play. Right now, there's not a game that necessarily comes to mind, but, those games will be present. And when that happens, I'm going to just try to, reconcile with myself a little bit here and be like, look, man, you're either going to play this game or you're not. Which is it? Like gun to head, you playing the game or you not? And that's how it's going to be. I think I'm doing that for my own sake so I can stay focused on the conversations that matter to me most. Prepare for disappointment, bro. Saying you're currently playing through Final Fantasy VII Remake for the first time ever and loving it. Yeah, dude. I know. I was there. I was there. It's awesome. All right, so it took long enough. 2 hours and 41 minutes into this show today, but now I'm moving on to the second list. This list is a little bit more extensive. There's 11 games on this list. Which I don't know. I guess that, see, that's the thing. I don't know if that's, I feel like some people might read that and be like, man, that's a small amount of games. Maybe it is, but when I look at these games, and especially knowing how big some of these games are, but also knowing my approach to playing games, and this is where things can be a little bit challenging for me at times, I am the type of person where when I play a game, and this is a big reason why I'm always hesitant to just dive into new games, especially if I'm not sure if I'm really going to like it, is because I like to play the metagame. You know this. I talked to you guys last year about how maybe I'm done trophy hunting. No. I don't know. I just had to be honest with myself. It's like, dude, I'm always going to care about trophy hunting. I'm always going to care about when I play games. I want to be thorough with those games. If I can't be thorough with a game, it makes me believe that there has to be a reason for it. If I'm not willing to be thorough with a game, what is the reason? And the reason for me, and maybe you can relate to this, is, well, there must be something about it I don't like as much. There has to be something, right? Whatever the game is asking me to do that I don't want to do. And believe it or not, it was Lies of P that made me realize this. I got to give a shout out to Lies of P again, man, because this game, I don't know if it was just the timing of playing it, but I know that to a lot of people, it's like, dude, it's just a pretty good Souls-like. What's the big deal? But for me, it was the realization that I want to platinum this game, not because I just want to, like, oh, I got to do it, like the OCD factor, like I need to get the platinum. No, like it's a game where I find myself, I'm just playing it, and I'm like, I'm not stopping playing it, and I'm just like, well, at what point do I just naturally obtain the platinum? Now, granted, there are a couple of things that are going to require at least figuring it out, right? But I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly. I guess I'm just trying to say that it simply comes down to, I am the type of person that I'm either going to love it or I'm not. And when I love the things I love, and I'm going to stick to those things. That I've learned about myself, and I've just accepted about myself. But I don't want to allow that to make me close-minded or potentially miss out on things that maybe you won't love, but you might really like. And yeah, so Shems, you're saying actually made you play Lies of P and it's game of the year. Yeah, dude, Lies of P is so good. It is. It really is. All right. We have Antonio Lopes with a $10 super chat. He says, Sony Studios are making a bunch of new single player and multiplayer IP. The hack showed, you're saying the hack showed one flop can kill the studio / IP layoffs. It means the studio is in the red for the rest of the gen. No risks can be taken, in my opinion. Yeah, that kind of does get back to the business side of the conversation, the business realities of making AAA games in the industry today. And my whole thing with this is I've spent so much time, and we will continue to talk about it, but I've spent so much time talking about like the situation Sony is in when it comes to their profits and how expensive it can be to make these games. But I'm at a point where it's like, look, it's not my burden to bear. Like I can only care about that so much to where it's like, I'm not Sony. I'm not an executive at Sony. I'm not a developer at Sony. Like I'm just a fan, man. I don't even work with Sony, like in any capacity. I don't have a contact. I don't talk to anybody. You know what I mean? I don't even have a source that would know goings on at Sony. I don't. I'm totally on the outside. And that's where it's just like at some point, listen, there are people who their entire career is dedicated to pursuing a job where this is what you're paid the big bucks to do. Hey, we have this problem with our business and our business model. Can you solve it? Can you make it profitable? Can you figure it out? And that's where like I have to just realize that I got to take a step back because it's like I don't have the answers. And even if I did, I'm not being paid by Sony to really, focus, put the blinders on and just like nose to the grindstone with those answers. The way I view it at this going into 2024 is I don't want to hear about Sony's problems anymore. I know that doesn't mean I won't. Like, we've gotten through 2023, and I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know if you've noticed, but I haven't been spending that much time talking about all the things that occurred with PlayStation in 2023, like going over it, like compiling lists of like, here are the highlights of 2023. Because it's like, to me, dude, 2023 was not a great year for PlayStation at all. As somebody who follows the brand closely and has been following Sony, and I have, I have a channel where I'm talking about the news, the rumors, the leaks, and talking extensively with discussions. It was frankly just getting like, especially the year ending with that Insomniac Games hack. Like, oh, what's that? The Last of Us multiplayer canceled? Oh, you thought you were going to get through the year with just that? Here's a massive hack that's going to reveal all this shit, good and bad, right? And to me, it's like, of course 2023 would end that way for Sony. Why wouldn't it? And I'm just really at a point where it's like, I'm just tired of the constant cycle of negativity and bad news. And it's like, you know what? That it's not my fucking problem. And I know that sounds I almost sound rude in the way I'm saying that, but it's just true, man. It's not my like that's a Sony business problem. I'm not here wearing a suit. I'm not a representative of Sony, Like, I buy a PS5, I buy PlayStation products because I play games on them or using them, right? That's it. That's all it comes down to. And that's where I kind of realized that that's what I'm going to mainly focus on this year. Like, even if there is bad news, I'll cover it. If there's good news, of course, I'll cover it all. We'll talk about it. But I'm just at a point where it's like, if Sony is afraid to take a risk because that risk could put their studio in the red and that could hurt their profits, or that could hurt their studio, or they might have to shut that studio. Like, again, it's not my problem. That sucks. And obviously that doesn't make me happy. That doesn't make me feel good, but I just want to play some awesome games on this console you sold me. And I just, you guys need to figure it out. I really hope you do. But if there's something that has become clear, is that no matter how deeply I dive into those conversations, they don't actually produce any meaningful results of any kind. They can be interesting at times, but what I've learned is that they seemingly just turn into a bunch of toxic back and forth nonsense that before you know it, you're so deep into talking about all these different things about the gaming industry that it's like, wait, what was this about again? Oh, right. Playing good games, And it's like, you know what really did it for me? Before I'm going to get to this list, but you know what really did it for me? It really was, it was the Insomniac hack, where obviously I watched a lot of that gameplay footage. I didn't watch every single piece of footage that was out there because honestly, I can't keep track of it all. But I watched a lot of it. And all I thought to myself is, well, man, I can't fucking wait for this game. Like, I mean, this isn't the way that I wanted to see it. And obviously, as I'm watching this, I could tell like this is extremely rough. But I'm just like, God, man, this is exactly what I want. And then what happens is I encounter just a fucking tsunami of opinions, because of, what I do here on the internet, of course, but not even just from my own YouTube channel or my own Twitter, but just in general, just being on the internet, it's just a flood of opinion. And I just realized that, like, I don't fucking care, like, to any extent what anybody has to say about any of this. I just don't, because I've already made up my mind. I already have my own opinion, and that's all that matters to me. And Rudy, yes, we will be doing a members launch today. And yeah, that's just, it really did kind of just make me, it honestly, it made me so disgusted and fucking annoyed, frankly. Like, just not annoyed isn't even the right word. It just made me so jaded where I'm like, fuck all this, man. Like, I just don't care anymore about literally any person's opinion on the internet, because it just doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, you know what I do? You know how I interact with video games? Here's how I interact with video games. I sit the fuck down alone. I turn on my video game console. I turn on my TV. I turn on my sound system, and I fucking play. And I walk away from that play session with thoughts. How did I feel about it? Did I enjoy that? Was that satisfying? And you know what I realized? Dude, when you fucking disconnect from all the noise, and I mean all of it, you realize that, do you know what the human naturally does? The human being naturally does? It just walks, you walk away. You don't even notice the bad or the perceived bad. You know why? Because you don't waste your time on it. That's all it is. And we have Hellbound 1981. The legends are coming out today, keeping it going. They're keeping this membership train rolling. Hellbound 1981 drops another 5-bomb on the community. 5 more memberships gifted. I want to see W's flowing in the chat for our good friend Hellbound here. Hellbound brings us up to 38. Guys, we're sitting at 38 members. We are 12 away, just 12 away from crushing a second goal. That's astonishing. That's amazing. Thank you guys so much for all of your continued support. It means a lot, man. It means a lot. And I know I'm going on this tangent here, and I don't mean to make it sound so, I don't know, dramatic. It's not dramatic. It's actually quite the opposite of dramatic. I'm just, you know how I am. I accentuate everything I say, but that's all it comes down to, man, is just with this new age of the internet, it's, in the gaming industry, it's just brought with it a whole new way to interact with video games. And all I've learned in my years of interacting with video games in this way is the same thing that I end up walking away with everything in this life. And that is, man, there's a lot of good and there's a lot of bad. And all it really comes down to is, what do you gravitate towards? There's positivity, there's negativity. Which way do you naturally lean towards? And that's all it comes down to, man. There's a lot of in between, of course. You got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. But at the end of the day, we all have our own personalities, our own beliefs, our own views on things. And I just think that the internet seems to have a desire to either greatly alter or take away any of that, as much of it as it can. And not the entirety of the internet, but the more negative side of it. That's important for me to emphasize. The negative side of it seems to just want to alter your viewpoint, to alter how you think, to take away any feelings you may have on something, especially if they're good, to make you feel something different. And it doesn't always have to be bad, but man, it just becomes overwhelming. So you're saying, why did I get so upset about the hack? Well, to be fair, it's not like I got that upset. Like I really felt bad for Insomniac to an extent where it's like, that really sucks. I can sympathize for sure. Like these guys probably working all year, up to the release of Spider-Man 2 and really looking forward to their holiday break, and to just have that, it's like, what the fuck, man, So sucks for that team, absolutely. But for me, I'm just saying the only it's not that it upset me, because I'm making it seem like it's a bad thing. It's actually kind of, at least for me, what I walked away with a positive, and what I walked away from is just simply like, dude, my excitement for Wolverine has not wavered. Like, yeah, I didn't enjoy Spider-Man 2 as much as I had hoped I would. That's fine. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of back and forth conversations about Spider-Man 2. And then with the Wolverine leak, it also led to a lot of back and forth conversations. But that's, at some point, I just realized I have to check out. I do, because it's just, I have to just take a more honest approach with this, and that is, if anything, just for myself, those leaks of Wolverine only serve to get me more excited. And that is how I feel about it. And if I were to say anything else about it, it's me saying it under the influence of other things I'm reading and other opinions I'm hearing. But when I drown that noise out and I just think, well, but MBG, how do you feel about it? Like, just you. Like, just you saw it. What are your thoughts? My thoughts are, dude, I can't fucking wait for this game. Day one, absolutely. Not a damn thing has changed. And that's what just kind of opened my eyes a little bit, and that, like, a little bit of micro epiphany, if you want to call it that. I'm like, damn. Fucking internet, man. All that noise on the internet. It's a bunch of static. But yeah. Let's see. We got Venino saying, try new stuff in 2024. Give me your 2023 top 10. Well, so I try not to reveal what I'm going to talk about in the members lounge until we get closer to the end of the show. But one of the things I am going to be talking about in the members lounge, I am going to be talking about my top gaming experiences of 2023. So look forward to that, Venino. And man, we got Corey, the legend Landiga, coming in out of nowhere, coming in mid-rant, I guess if you want to call it a rant, dropping a 20 bomb. Corey does it, bro. I said we were 12 memberships away from hitting another goal, and Corey's like, here's 20, bro. W's in the chat flowing for Corey.
Holy shit.
Amazing. Dude, thank you so much for all the support, bro. You guys are truly legends. You're the GOATs. All you guys who gift, all you guys who super chat. GOATs, man. Absolutely. So we are now sitting at 58 members. So 2 goals you guys crushed today. That's not even counting the donations from Isaac Adrian earlier today. You guys truly went off on this stream, and I cannot thank you enough. I try, in case that's not clear. I try my best to thank you guys as much as I can, but I don't think words properly convey it. So that's why I lift. All right, let me update that member goal. And yeah, Corey, I saw you mention MGS Remake. Listen, man, apparently there's a new rumor going around, and I'm very careful about how I approach rumors regarding Konami games such as Metal Gear now after past experiences. But the rumor is that apparently internally at Konami, a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake has already been greenlit, and it is in early production. And right now they're kind of wrapping up MGS3 remake and as soon as that releases, they're going to move on to full-time production or full production for the Metal Gear Solid 1 remake. And I guess it makes a lot of sense, right? Like if they're going in order here, um, I mean, obviously you can't remake MGS5. You could remake the original MSX like Metal Gear 1 and 2, but that would be a ridiculous undertaking that I don't think Konami wants to touch anytime soon. So going to MGS1 next makes the most sense. But my big question, if they do remake MGS1 from assuming it'll be like from the ground up, I mean, how do you handle that? You know, like I'm just not sure how you, like, what changes do you make at that point? It's such a daunting question that I don't even feel confident in assuming what changes should be made. Saying, isn't MGS1 too short? You know, it's weird because if I type in right now, how long is MGS1? In my mind, for some reason, I thought MGS1 could be beaten in like 6 hours or like 7 hours or something like that. Like that's how long the game is. But it says here, when focusing on main objectives, Metal Gear Solid is about 11 and a half hours. If you're trying to 100% it, it's 16 and a half hours. So, I mean, yeah, they could, I think they could remake it and they wouldn't really, like, truth be told, they could remake MGS1 and not change any of, like, not extend it and it would be fine. I think people would be fine with it. I got to be honest, I would totally be fine with paying $70 for an MGS1 remake. Just because it's like it's a legendary game, dude. Like I wouldn't want Konami to lengthen the game because it's like, what are you gonna do exactly? You know? Like the game was made by Hideo Kojima and it's exactly what it was meant to be. It's what it needs to be. It doesn't need to be shorter, it doesn't need to be longer. That's what the game is. And if anything, it's just a perfect example of like, I will pay for the quality. You remake that game the right way, you know, like make a couple gameplay alterations, contemporary changes, graphics. Just like it's the exact same way I feel about MGS3. Like they're saying with MGS3, we didn't touch the voiceovers, we didn't change anything, but you can see that they changed the animation work where it's you're looking at some MGS5 animations, like from going from standing to crouching to prone, right? Like stuff like that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I will pay $70 for that because it's a masterpiece game. You know, we'll see, we'll see. I say that a lot. I got to say something else. See, we will. Gavin, member for 8 months. He says the hack did show us many YouTubers see themselves as insiders. Keep being an outsider. Yeah, that's true. I look, man, it's to me it's not difficult how you should handle a situation like that if you're not directly involved with Sony. It's just talk about the game side of stuff, and the gaming, like just the gaming side of stuff, and maybe even some of the business related stuff in terms of light, like, hey, sales data, maybe some plans. That's, to me, that stuff's fine. Like, obviously, Sony's not happy it's out, and Insomniac's not happy it's out, but it's like, come on. Like, how are you just gonna like overlook that and pretend it doesn't exist? It's ridiculous to do that. But what was weird to me is people behaving as if people are out here like I'm gonna title a stream, or somebody out there is gonna title a stream like going over Insomniac employee data. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, that's not a thing. And to behave as if that's what's going on here and make yourself seem like you're holier than thou, it's like, okay. But I get what you're saying, Gavin. We also have Antonio Lopes. He says here, I wasn't trying to put Sony's business strategies front and center, though. I'm mainly trying to see a reason for why Sony might be overthinking reveals. I you don't have to explain, Antonio. I totally understand. And I didn't mean to make it I know I got pretty intense with my tangent there, but I didn't mean to make it sound like there's nothing wrong with any of this. To be clear, like if you're somebody, and I've been this person many times, where it's like you just want to talk about the business side, I can enjoy that thoroughly. I have many times, and I probably will in the future. But it's just for me. It's just it got to a point where it's like, all right, I just have to pump the brakes a little bit. I want to start getting more in touch with the gaming side, and with the business side. Maybe it's because of the turn of the new year, where it's like the way I'm looking at it is Sony. It's a new year, fresh start. Fucking do what you got to do, and let's go. You know what I mean? Like that. That's my approach to it. Like let's go. Let's get some great games in here. Releases, reveals, everything in between. Enough with the nonsense. Enough with the bad news. We got enough of that. Let's get some good times going over here. That's my approach, truthfully, and that's why get better security while you're at it. Cybersecurity. That's why I'm going into I don't think I'm going into this year with a overly optimistic viewpoint of like everything's gonna be fucking awesome, guys. Let's go. I did that last year, and we saw how that turned out. I'm going into this year saying, let's go, guys. There's fucking games to be played, and I'm excited. And that's it. That's it. Now some crazy shit's gonna be announced tomorrow. There's gonna be some crazy bad news about PlayStation tomorrow. That's gonna be just like, like fucking Media Molecule shut down. Sorry, they're done. Oh, and layoffs at Insomniac. It's like, dude, I'm telling you, I'm just gonna take a little vacation at that. I'm like, you know what? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. All right, let me see. Ice Razo, you're saying MBG, I was buying single player games for my kids, but they prefer V-Bucks for skins. I think this is weighing heavy on the industry about young people. Yeah, you're certainly not the only one, man. I think it's very important that people like, I guess, us and many others who grew up with just a different gaming industry where like all we had mainly was single player games. And if we do play like I have embraced multiplayer in a very big way. I've embraced even games as a service, but single player is special, and it is. I wouldn't even say. Listen, single player games are not a cornerstone of the video game industry. They are the heart of the industry. I don't care how social games become. Single player games are the heart of this industry. Multiplayer games maybe are the arteries, right? Or something also vital and important, but not the heart, the backbone. No, because even that, I feel like saying, I don't know. I feel like even saying multiplayer games are the backbone of the industry is too much, because they're so important. But the thing about multiplayer games with video games is they are not necessary. That's it for me. That's the truth. If all multiplayer games went away tomorrow, I could still play games and love them. And yeah, it would be a change. Like, well, I don't play games online anymore with people, but I would still play and love games. And it would feel like, again, it'd feel like going back in time, but they're not actually necessary. However, they're not unnecessary either. They're in this place where it's like, in my opinion, if you took away single player games, Dan, I get what you're saying. You're saying that it would be very upsetting to you if you couldn't play online anymore. For some people, maybe they view it the other way around, right? Where it's like, if you took away single player games, then, well, I would just continue playing my Fortnite and whatever multiplayer games I play. But to me, it is the other way around. and I guess it just kind of speaks to how I played games growing up, and that is single player games are very, very, very important to me, to where the worst thing that could happen to this industry is the day where a new generation of gamer comes to the conclusion that they just don't care about single player games and they don't support them. However, I don't think that day will ever come. I have a lot of negative opinions of the gaming industry at times, but if there's one positive I feel about this, just the industry in general and the market, is that there will always be a place for a high quality single player experience, no matter what. But I also think that there will always be a place for a high quality multiplayer experience. And I think that that's kind of the beauty of this industry, is that, yeah, there are a lot of younger kids these days that gravitate much more towards playing these online games as a service and wanting, to get V-Bucks, like you're saying, in skins, and not really, they're not asking for new single player games. And I get that, but there are still plenty of people out there that are either doing both or they just want single player games. And I think that that's kind of the beauty of it, is that there's enough room for it all. I know I said that, multiplayer games aren't necessary. To be honest, it's not necessary for me to go in that direction, because it doesn't matter. There's more than enough room for all these things to exist. And it comes down to a balance. This industry needs to maintain a healthy balance, and that starts all the way from the top to the bottom. The top executives that are running these corporations, that are making these decisions, that are greenlighting projects or canceling projects, they have to understand there has to be a balance. But it also comes down to the creative side as well, where there has to be a balance of all different developers from all walks of life saying, I want to make this type of game, I want to make that type of game. And, it's like when we think about Hideo Kojima's Xbox game. Somebody asked me earlier, like, did you see the post he put out about OD earlier, where he basically said that he's had these ideas and these concepts for video games that have been almost like completely rejected by like companies and investors and whatnot, where it's just totally out there. It's like too unhinged or whatever, too risky, too abstract. And he said that that's basically what OD is going to be. And to me, that's a very good thing, where it's like we need that. We always need that in the industry, where we need these creative people that are just like, yeah, I don't know, like this is crazy and maybe never been done before, and maybe it'll be stupid and not work, but let's give it a shot. We need that, because that's how that's really how you can innovate and come up with new shit. But we also need those people who want to just stick to what's tried and true. Again, like looking at something like Lies of P, where it's like, it just goes to show that, yeah, we can get more and more and more of these same experiences, and I can enjoy them just as much every time. We need all of that. There needs to be a balance. We can't go too far in any one direction. I guess what I meant to say earlier is that if we did go too far in any one direction, like if that's an inevitability, like we're only going to go in this direction now, I would choose single player over anything else. But we got to have a balanced industry, and that's just my thoughts on it. I'm really getting long-winded. Dude, I have this entire list I have to go over, and I feel bad because I've gotten so derailed. Not blaming you, it's me. Getting so long-winded with everything I'm saying here. You're saying, like, sounds like Kojima's off the leash. Yeah, dude, like, if I was Microsoft, I would genuinely be a little bit nervous, because it's like, oh my God, what is this man about to do? But that's kind of the beauty of it, where it's nice that a company like Microsoft can just throw money at Kojima and say, listen, we're just happy to have you on board. Do whatever you want. And it's like, it could be the worst thing ever made. It could be the best thing ever made. It could be the strangest thing ever made. But it'll be fascinating to see that it got made, to see how it turns out. Let me see. I have a couple more here. I got Nick Mann, a member for 6 months. He says all the leaks and insights from ABK to Insomniac were very interesting, but at some point it's enough. Hope you can talk more about new games this year. I agree. That's exactly where I am at this point. It's going to be, I think, a good year for that, Nick Mann. We also have the dude, member for 8 months. He says Sony has a new AI upscaler coming to run games better. I wonder if it will replace FSR like DLSS does, but only on Sony consoles. This is smart. Yeah, that seems to be pretty much confirmed at this point. I mean, we still need to get the announcement from Sony, from Mark Cerny, but it's been rumored enough times, and now it came from the Insomniac leak itself that there is some kind of proprietary AI upscaling technology that Sony has been working on for their own games, for their own hardware and consoles. And this could prove to be invaluable to the PlayStation console going forward when we think about, how much further can we push this stuff. Well, it'll be really nice if they don't have to really worry too much about, well, I mean, we only have a certain amount of bandwidth when it comes to our game dev, and resolution is taking up, 4K is taking up a massive chunk of that. Well, let's just cut that out, and you're left with all this overhead. What else can you do? I mean, that's the exciting part about this. I suspect, could be wrong, but I suspect that when we see Sony announce the PS5 Pro and Mark Cerny talks about it, I am assuming Mark Cerny will talk about it. He's going to be talking about this proprietary upscaling technology in the same way that he was talking about the SSD. But I think the big difference here is that it will be less controversial, in that with the SSD talk around the PS5, I think it kind of, Mark Cerny said this is the dream and we'll see if it works out. And I don't want to say it didn't work out, but at the same time, it definitely didn't work out the exact way it was being presented. I think when Mark Cerny presents this upscaling AI technology, it will be more solidified, as in no, this is going to help transform game development, to a certain extent, right? Where devs are going to be able to extract more out of their games just objectively, because they won't have to worry about having, having 4K resolution eat up all of this resource. So that's my assumption anyway. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. All right. With that being said, guys, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. We're diving into this list. All right, we're diving in head first. Before I do me a favor, hit that like button, guys. We have still over 320 people here watching and hanging out with me. Thank you so much. If everybody could take a second of your time, hit that like button. We could easily right now crush 250 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 300 likes before the end of the stream. Games I am excited to play in 2024, guys. I'm very excited to go over this list with you because I took time out to go over this list, or I guess to look up gaming in 2024, and it's on Wikipedia. They have the entire list of releases that are scheduled for this year. And so I do want to let you know that these 11 games I'm going to go over are games that I don't want to say that I'm planning to play, because that would be disingenuous, because I'm certain when looking at this list that some games are going to, I don't want to say not get played, but I'm going to end up accumulating a backlog here. But these are games that when I look over this list, I have a certain amount of interest in, and I'm going to go over each one. Number one is Sekiro. Yep. You guessed it. That's the one. But no, these are games between January and March. I decided not to go beyond March 2024 because, well, honestly, there's really not many games at all currently scheduled beyond March 2024, which is very interesting. Are these in the order of interest? No. So the order I had these games in is of release. Because I don't know, that's just the way I decided to write the list. So I'm gonna start here with number one. You know what? You know what I'll do after I go over these 11 games? I'll put them in that order. I'll go over it a second time and put them in order of interest. Okay, but we'll start here. Number one, The Last of Us Part Two Remastered. Now I have it written down here that I'm likely going to play this. The reason being, obviously, it's the only Sony title coming out in January, but I talked to you guys about how I basically want to give this game another chance. Years have went by since I played it. I'll give it one more playthrough, assuming, I'll be able to get through it. And I want to basically re-review it and talk to you guys about my second playthrough. Did my opinions change? Do I feel the same? But also, and this is the biggest reason why I'm choosing to do this. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Sorry, I was muted. My bad. My apologies for that. The biggest reason I want to go back to The Last of Us Part 2 again is, well, there's that. I want to replay it, re-review it, but I really am interested in this no return mode because I'm just, again, I know I'm a broken record with this, but I'm very sad. You're saying I'm still muted? What? No. Now you guys are trolling me. I'm not muted. Okay. Sorry. There's a little bit of delay there, so this no return mode, though. You're saying what's no return? The no return mode is basically like I think they're saying it's a roguelite or roguelike. I don't know what the difference between a roguelite. Can somebody explain this to me? What's the difference between a roguelite and a roguelike? I don't understand. But that's basically what it's going to be, where you get to choose which character you want to play as. One of the characters you can play as is Joel, which is cool, and they all have, each character has their own abilities, and it's a mode that's just focused on the gameplay and kind of ramping it up. And it sounds you're saying it's always roguelite. Okay. It looks promising. And I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm very depressed about the Last of Us multiplayer game getting canceled. And to me, this might be like I don't even want to say the closest thing, but just something I can experience in the world of The Last of Us that's just focused on the gameplay, which I've always loved the gameplay of The Last of Us. So yeah, I have the Zombie Fanatic here with a super chat, and he says, talking of Kojima's OD game, it's like if Rockstar scrapped the 3-hour system for GTA 5 because they thought it would be stupid. I never heard of this. You're mentioning a 3-hour, 3-character. Why did I say 3-hour? Guys, I think I'm starting to lose it. You're saying it's like if Rockstar scrapped the 3-character system for GTA 5 because they thought it would be stupid. Yeah, well, it is small. I don't know if OD is going to be anything like that, but yeah, you could kind of see how with a game as important as GTA 5, I'm sure there was a lot of thought that went into like, is this a good idea to go with 3 different protagonists and not just stick to a single one? I'm positive that there were people within that company that were like, I don't know about this. That could be a bad idea, but they're like, let's take the chance. And it worked out really well. I don't know that it like was viewed as some kind of crazy innovation and something we've never seen before, but it was just something that I think will always be remembered, as like a kind of standout aspect of that game. And I think the game was better for it. I did enjoy that because it was very different. So Zombie Fanatic, I appreciate that, dude. But yeah, so not the number one game, but the first game is The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. I'm very interested to revisit this. Not necessarily excited, interested. I want to see how this goes down for me. I'm hoping I don't end up regretting it because that would suck. But we'll talk all about it. So that's number one. Number two, Tekken 8. Now, Tekken 8, I have to tell you right now, I have it written down right here. I'm 50-50 on this game. There is a 50% chance I'm going to buy this and play it. There's a 50% chance that I'm going to pass on it when it releases and maybe get around to it later on. I don't know yet. I've always enjoyed Tekken. I like fighting games. I'm not super into fighting games, but they are a genre that I do enjoy. But I've always really enjoyed Tekken. But it's just one of these things where it's coming out at the end of January. All right, Tekken 8 is literally, I think, coming out the last week of January. And when I look at how absolutely batshit insane February is and March, it's like, oh, I don't know. I could see Tekken 8 very much being a game where I buy it and I play it for like a little bit, and then there's like 3 other games coming my way, and it just gets shoved to the wayside. So it's a 50-50 thing right now for Tekken 8. But from what I've seen and played I played a little bit of Tekken 8 with the demo. It's Tekken, man. It seems pretty promising. I don't know how I feel about I don't know what they're calling it, but it's like this kind of new game mode where you have what looks to be like Xbox avatar characters. It's pretty strange. I don't know if I would end up enjoying that or not. I maybe would have to play it a little bit more thoroughly in the demo to figure that out. But yeah, so number 2 is Tekken. Number 3 here. Okay, now I have listed Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. Now, this one I wrote down that I'm leaning towards no. Like, I'm very heavily leaning towards no with this game, but there is still that slim chance that I might. Like, I don't know that I can because it's Rocksteady, and it's like, geez, man, I haven't played a Rocksteady game in years alongside everybody else, and it's one of these things where I feel like this is one of those games where it's easy for me to say, yeah, I'm not playing that. But then it's like it comes out and I'm like, okay, I'll play it. But I don't know because you're saying, brother, please do not get Justice League. You have no idea how dirty they're doing it from the leaks. It's weird. I didn't look into any of the leaks. I didn't look into any of them, and I don't know that. Should I? You're saying you saw the leaks, and man, you're saying I would be extremely disappointed. Maybe I should look into it then. You promised me. Damn. Okay. Interesting. Well, yeah. See, that's the thing. That definitely doesn't make me. It's one of those things where I guess I would have to see the leaks for myself. But it's interesting to hear you say that. My whole thing with this, like, I'll be honest with you, man. There's a 95% chance I'm not going to buy this game. I guess I just put it here because it's just weird, man. It is. Like, it feels so weird that we are finally we're this close. We're right around the corner from getting a new Rocksteady game, and it just is so strange for me. It's almost like I can't bring myself to just say that, like, and I don't care, and I'm not buying it. And who would have thought? It's hard to accept that because it's like, damn, dude, like, why? Like, why does it have to be this way? But yeah, I've seen a lot of gameplay of it, and I the thing that's killing me about this game is there are two things. Number one, the gameplay and the fact that it's like you're in the DC universe. You could have made any game based on any character or set of characters in the DC universe, and you decide to go with number one, four of, in my opinion, the most uninteresting characters. I mean, Harley Quinn is kind of interesting, but it's like kind of played out at this point, in my opinion. And then you make it so you just all the characters do is shoot. It's like a looter shooter. You know what I mean? It's like this is where when I really think about that, it's like I don't think I can do this. And the idea of like you're killing the Justice League, that kills me because it's like we could have had a Justice League game where we get to choose which Justice League character we want to play as, or if we don't get to choose, we get to go on different missions with each character with different powers. And instead of getting that, we get to kill them with guns. I mean, yeah, I'll be honest. I'm about to just take this off my list. I'm about to just take this off, dude. Yeah, that's crazy to me. So I'm gonna put it up to 98% chance I pass on Suicide Squad Kill Justice League, but again, it's a Rocksteady game, so it's almost like, damn, it had to be on my list. Jay Shako, you're saying you've played it. I know there's like a strict NDA, but I'm sure you could probably tell me if it was good or not. You're saying I need to look into it. Interesting. This is, wow. Yeah, I guess maybe I will, because you guys are really, what the hell leaked out, man? That people are going so nuts over here. Not the same Rocksteady. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, Prince of Persia is not on my list right now. I have to admit that Prince of Persia, it's just not speaking to me at all. They're smoking that Panderstone. Oh, no. Say no more. Say no more. All right. So, game number 4, Helldivers 2. This obviously is a day one buy for me because I've been waiting for this game for a while. I think it looks very fun. My expectation for Helldivers 2 is very simple. I just expect it to be really fun. What I'm a little bit fearful of with Helldivers 2 is I hope it's not a game where, because you ever have that experience with games sometimes where it's like you see it, you watch the gameplay, you understand what the game is, and then like when you finally get your hands on it and you play it, it just doesn't feel like how you thought it would. The last game I played that did that to me was Lords of the Fallen, where I really thought like, oh, I know how this game is going to feel to play. And then you actually play it and you're like, oh, actually, no, I was wrong. This feels very different than what I expected. That's my only fear with Helldivers 2 is it looks good and I like everything I'm seeing of it. I just hope that it doesn't disappoint in the area of like, in the act of playing it, that it doesn't feel, frankly, just bad. I don't know how else to describe. I just don't want it to feel bad. If it feels as good as it looks to play, then we're in business at that point. But it does look good. Like, again, the gameplay I've seen, it does look pretty fluid. It looks like a very competent third-person shooter, and I like the idea of just, you're just an expendable troop. It's got that Starship Troopers vibe, absolutely. So, and it's it's the first multiplayer game from Sony that actually looks good, that we're getting this year, as far as I'm aware. Like a dedicated co-op multiplayer game, or not this year, but this generation. So yeah, that's my fourth game on the list here, and that is going to be a day one buy for me. It's $40. See if I can play it with my wife. Maybe we'll do some gameplay on the channel here, and I don't know. Depending on how it works out, maybe this is a maybe. Don't hold me to this. Maybe we could do some member stuff with this game. So we'll see. Am I worried about the microtransactions for it? No, I'm not, because it's a $40 game. Like, I know they're gonna have microtransactions, but I'm assuming they'll mostly just be harmless stuff that's just to, create another revenue stream, which is fine, and we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing with it, but I'm not worried about it. All right, number 5, Banishers: Ghost of New Eden. So I have written down here that this does look good to me, and it looks like a game that I would like to play. The problem is, well, I don't know. See, it'll be interesting because it's releasing kind of in between Helldivers 2 and other games I want to play, but it doesn't seem like there's that much time. But this game does look pretty promising. I see people asking what this game is. I thought that this would come up, so let me. I have it up here. This is coming from Don't. This is coming from Don't Nod. Focus Entertainment is publishing it. It's a multi-platform game coming out February 13th. It's utilizing Unreal Engine. It's current gen only. It's single player. It says here that Banishers: Ghosts of New Eden is a third-person action role-playing game. In the game, the player assumes the control of a pair of ghost hunters. The pair go on a mission to investigate a small but haunted community named New Eden through Duarte. Although Duarte becomes a ghost in the process, players can make use of both players' abilities. Like one player is human, so you're using like conventional weaponry, and the other person is basically a spirit, and you can use their abilities in combat, like, I guess, spirit abilities. You'll make numerous choices, influencing the game's story. So it's like a single player based game, and it looks pretty good. From what I've seen. And I feel like when I saw the trailers, it's like they're like a couple or something like that. Like one's dead and a spirit. So, yeah, it's a new IP. It's a single player game. Hey, man. From what I've seen, it looks pretty solid. So willing to give it a shot. Number 6 here is Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons remake. This was announced at the Game Awards, and I never did play this game. I heard it's really good, and so this is a game that's on my radar that I would like to play. PS Gamer, the game before this was called Banishers: Ghosts of New Eden. But 6, Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons remake, that's a game that I would like to try to squeeze in there to play in between all this stuff. Again, it seems like it's going to be impossible to do that. But then, obviously, at number 7, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This is in my opinion, this is the juggernaut title out of everything that is listed here on this list, where it's just like, make way. This is going to be the game that sucks people in and consumes them. And this, like, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth seems to me like the game that if you're playing something when this drops and you're interested in this game, you might want to, I don't know, you got to plan it out, because this game's going to make you forget about what you were playing. Michael Lynch, you're saying you skipped right over talking about Brothers. The only reason is because I don't know. Let me read this here. So it says Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons is a 2013 action adventure game developed by Starbreeze Studios. Joseph Fares is the director, the Oscars guy. And it was published by 505 Games. The narrative takes place in a fantasy world filled with fictitious creatures such as orcs and trolls, where two young brothers set out on a journey to find a cure for their father's illness. The game is often mentioned as an example of artistry in video games due to its heavy narrative. See, this is why I want to play this game, because I've heard that apparently this game has a really intense, heavy story, and storytelling is very important to me in games. And it, I don't think this game did that great sales wise, and I think it's getting a second chance because of the success of the studio, where they won Game of the Year with It Takes Two, which is crazy to think. And so it's like, yeah, man, this is I want to support it because it sounds really good. And I've seen the trailers I've seen look really good too. So you could beat it in a day and it's worth it. Oh, so it's pretty short. Yeah, it does seem like a smaller game too. So it's definitely one that I want to get in there. So I'm excited. And then yeah, after that we got Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth looks like it's going to be. The thing I'm nervous about with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is when it's coming out. Okay, it's coming out the last day of February. So that basically means that the first 2 weeks of March are going to be totally consumed by this game. But there are other games coming out in March that, man, So let me move on here from Rebirth. So number 7 on my list is Rebirth. Number 8, this one I'm very unsure about, and I got to be honest, I just threw it on here because I do have an interest in it, but the chances of me actually playing it realistically very low, at least in this time frame, because of all the games surrounding it. The Outlast Trials. I really liked Outlast 1. Outlast 2 I did play a good chunk of, but never beat it. But I do like those games, and Outlast Trials is like a multiplayer take on this universe, and it could be horrible and very stupid. But it's something that I'm like, I play a lot of Dead by Daylight, so maybe I could see how this multiplayer take on the Outlast series works. But again, it's coming out, I believe, early March, so I just don't know that it's gonna. We'll have to see. That one I'm very unsure about, because there's another single player game that I actually am somewhat interested in. That is my number 9, Alone in the Dark. This game I'm pretty interested in because it's a single player horror game, and it looks pretty competent and pretty good from what I've seen. This is one of those games, it's kind of similar to Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden, where it's AAA, but you really don't know like just how high is the quality here. Is it really going to be that good, or is it going to be rougher than expected? It does have David Harbour in it. So they have like some talent, and there's a famous actress playing the woman as well, which I forget her name, but that's another game I would like to play if I'm able to. And then here comes the double whammy. This is how I see. This is how I know. This is why I understand when we talk about PlayStation and Sony Studios specifically, and Sony's first party lineup. I understand that it's like, but I'm like, bro, I can't even think about this shit. Like, I can think about it, but I can't even imagine myself having time to play this, because the final 2 games on my list here, they're both coming out the same freaking day, and they both look like they're going to be massive. Rise of the Ronin and Dragon's Dogma 2. I mean, those 2 games alone could probably easily carry me into May and June or beyond, especially because Dragon's Dogma, I mean, how massive is that game going to be? They're both coming out the same day. And this is where, like, dude, these are 11. I would say all 11 of these games are AAA, or no, 9 of these 11 games are AAA. The only 2 that are not AAA are Outlast Trials, at least I don't think it's AAA, and Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons Remake. So it's 9 AAA games. There's so much shit to play. And I know that for a lot of other people, there's games like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which A lot of people seem to be excited for that. That's a PS5 exclusive. I think there's going to be a demo for that. Maybe I'll try playing it. I mean, it couldn't hurt, right? To just try the demo. Like I said, I'm gonna try to force myself to experience different things. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But this is crazy. Gothmog, you're saying, please don't pass on Thaumaturge. You think it has Game of the Year potential? What is this game? I don't know this game. I never heard of it. I'm looking for it now. What month does it come out? Does it have a release date? Because all the games that I just listed, and to me, this is the craziest part about all the games I listed. Dude, these are all games with confirmed release dates, and they're all coming in the next 3 months. Like, do you see what I'm saying here? Where it's like, man, it feels kind of silly to be thirsting over, games that are probably not ready to come out, or maybe even be shown to a certain extent. When it's like, oh my Lord, I'm going to be drowning in games. It is crazy. And it's coming off of a year with 2023 where it was insane. It's like Yokai Watch in Poland. Interesting. I've never played Yokai Watch. And Pacific Drive is another one of those games. I don't know how I feel about Pacific Drive. I didn't put that on my list because I got to be honest, like that's one of those games where I'm just not really feeling it. But maybe as we get closer to release and I see more of it and it's maybe comes on my radar a little bit more. You're saying MBG games come out all the time while we talk about wanting more games. What's the difference here? Well, I mean it in a more negative way. You know what I mean? Because don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, when I'm not playing games, I'm talking about games that I want to play. Absolutely. I'm not saying we shouldn't be. To be clear, I'm not trying to make it sound like we shouldn't be asking for more from Sony or expecting more. Definitely not. I guess I'm just saying, like, I see a lot of people seemingly making a big deal out of it. Like, oh no, like, what are we going to, like, this is bad. And it's like, well, hold on now though. Like, but it's not ideal, but how bad is it really looking? And that's my whole thing about it is like, truthfully, it's not looking that bad right now. Like, dude, what I see ahead of me is months of gaming where I'm going to have to fight to make sure I stay on schedule with my YouTube channel and stay on schedule with my workout routines and all my other responsibilities in life. And I'm going to have to fight to do that while also not getting depressed that I can't play all these games in the way that I want to. That's what I see ahead of me. So it's like, yeah, dude, I can't really complain. Yeah, that's the thing, TB. You're saying huge games with so much content. Absolutely. We have Ms. Biz. I'm sorry. I almost missed your milestone chat here. Member for 7 months saying original Final Fantasy VII was the first PlayStation game I got. Do you know how the original story is, MBG? Think you'd appreciate the new game more since they're sequels. So yeah, I know some, like, at least one major plot point that occurs in the original Final Fantasy VII that I think people are very curious to see if they stick to it with Rebirth. And it's like that's about all I know. I don't know much else about it, truthfully. And I don't know. I've never really felt the desire to look into the original story. I think if I look into the original story, it will come after I complete Rebirth and when they release the final game in the trilogy here to complete it, because I would like to compare the differences and the changes. Something that I thought was really funny about Final Fantasy VII Remake was one of the first boss battles, or one of the more memorable boss battles for me, was fighting a freaking house. And somebody like informed me that that was just kind of a silly side thing you could do in the original Final Fantasy VII, that they decided to actually give it like a much bigger role in this game, in the remake. And I'm like, that's really funny. And it worked tremendously well. Like, it sounds stupid on paper, where it's like, I'm fighting a house. It's like, it worked. It's one of the more memorable boss battles. That one of the, I would say that's probably the first thing that comes to mind when I think of boss battles in that game, just because of how shot. Like, I was like, what is happening right now? It was challenging too. But yeah, one day I'll look into the original Final Fantasy VII. I don't know that I'll play it, but I'll look into it. You're saying it's the little things like that which make you appreciate it better. Yeah. Well, that's why I rely on you guys. I rely on you guys to inform me of these things and surprise me. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to rearrange this list. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just going to take Suicide Squad off the list. So this is a 10 games. I thought 11 games sounded weird. I'm like, this list feels like it should be 10 games, like 11. So Suicide Squad, I'm sorry. I can't do it, man. Rocksteady, get it together. Get it together. Please. All right, so now I'm going to go over this list again from my most anticipated to my least. Now, whatever game ends up at the bottom of this list, it doesn't mean I'm not excited for it. It just means it's not a priority. So it actually says I made a wise choice. That's good to know. That's good to know. We're going to start here. Let me see. So this is off the cuff here. My most anticipated game. I feel like this is tough. This is tough. Maybe I'll go in reverse order. Okay. So I'll start with 10. 10 to me is pretty easy. It's going to have to be the Outlast Trials. Again, it's a game that I am excited for to a certain extent, where it's like interesting, fascinating, but very much a game that if I end up not playing it, I'm probably not going to think twice about it. My number 9 here would have to be. This is this is tougher than I thought it would be. My number 9, I'm gonna give it to The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, because it's a remaster. You know, it's like, I know the story, I know the game, and I already know that I'm lacking excitement going into it. This is more of an exercise for me. As funny as that sounds, The Last of Us Part 2 is more of an exercise for me. So I'm going to put that at number 9. My number 8. My number 8, I'm probably going to have to give to Banisher's Ghost of New Eden, because of it's a game that, to me, it feels like I would be taking a chance on it. Like, it looks solid from what I've seen, and I have some confidence that this could be a really good game. But it's one of these things where it's new. It's just not. I think it feels right at number 8. Did I give this list on the fly? No, my 10 games that I listed here were written down, but in order of release. What I'm doing now, is off the cuff. So my number 7, and this is in order from least priority to highest priority, least excited to most excited, between January and March. So my number 7 here, I'm gonna have to give that to. I think I'm gonna have to give that. Oh, this is so hard. Why is this so difficult? I think I'll have to give it to Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons remake, only because I don't know. It's a game that I can't say I'm like super excited for, but it's one of these games where I don't know. I'm like second guessing myself, because I'm kind of hyped for this game because of the story. But it is a smaller indie game, and I don't know. I'll keep it at 7. I'll keep it at 7. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It is a remake as well. I guess it's just I haven't played it, so it doesn't feel like a remake to me, but I'll keep it at 7. My number 6th game here, I'm gonna have to give that to I think I'm gonna have to give that to Tekken. And you might think to yourself, well, 6, that's almost at the halfway mark. Yeah, I mean that's no, you know what? No. I have to give my number 6 to, Alone in the Dark, because Alone in the Dark, I am feeling pretty good about. It's got, like, a horror vibe going, and I'm pretty sure Alone in the Dark is an established IP, but they're kinda rebooting it here, and it looks pretty solid, but it's not in the top 5. I'm gonna put Tekken 8 at 5 because it fits perfectly there, where I said I'm basically 50-50 on it, where I do wanna play it. It's just it's not for me, Tekken 8 is not a matter of am I going to play it? The answer is yes, at some point I am. The question is when exactly. So I'm gonna put that at number 5. Number 4, I'm gonna have to give to uh Helldivers 2. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Helldivers 2 because it feels like something that like it's going to be a must play for me, but it's something that I'm hoping I can look at as, man, finally a solid multiplayer experience from Sony. It's been who knows how long since that happened. So number 4, I'll give to Helldivers 2. Number 3, I'm gonna give to Dragon's Dogma 2 because it actually the more I see of Dragon's Dogma 2, it's looking amazing. And my only problem with this game, it's kind of the same problem I have with Tekken 8, where it's like, when am I going to play it? You know, how am I going to find the time? Because, yeah, my number 2 is going to be Rise of the Ronin. Rise of the Ronin to me, I hope my expectations are not too high for it. Like I've been seeing people saying that like I got to be careful because it's Team Ninja, and if I've looked at their past games like Wolong and Neo, it's a little bit mixed. But I don't know. I've really liked everything I've seen of Rise of the Ronin, and Rise of the Ronin to me seems like a game that I could easily see myself playing and being like, this is fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like I just like being like, I love the gameplay mechanics. I love what they're doing here, and just feeling it looks like a game that speaks to me. Like I'm feeling what they're going for here. Like I'm picking up what they're putting down. Could end up being wrong about that, but I'm feeling pretty damn good about Rise of the Ronin. And then my number 1, I gotta say, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, man. It would feel like it's impossible for me to not have that at the top of my list because it's again, I loved Remake. Like I absolutely loved it, and it's been at this point it's been a little while since I played it, but I really am excited for it. I don't think I need to explain why Rebirth is my number 1 most anticipated for the upcoming 3 months. So, but yeah, we'll see. This list could end up getting rearranged based off of yeah. This list is for Q1. Yeah, this list of games is just for Q1 2024. Maybe I'll do a separate list for Q2 when we, at the end of March or the beginning of April. But there you go, man. Looks like we're eating good. I mean, not all these games are exclusive. So let me see the exclusive games here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 exclusive games out of the 10 listed here. So if you're in it for exclusives, pretty decent. I'd say pretty good variety. If you're just in it for the games in general and you're a multi-platform gamer, or an agnostic, I guess you're not console agnostic, then or you are. I think I'm. yeah, console agnostic. I hear that term used on sacred symbols all the time. Then you're still eating really good because there's a lot, dude. There's so much. You know what's crazy about this too? What's crazy about this list is that there are 100% for sure games that I'm not putting on here that for many other people out there is like, dude, you're missing this game and that game, and this is a day one, and absolutely, and whew, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. But yeah, guys, that's there it is. My list of most anticipated games for Q1 2024. And as I say that, we have Exley coming in with another 5 memberships gifted. Dude, we are over the 4-hour mark. And Exley is still dropping gift bombs. Another 5 doled out for the community. Let's get some W's in the chat flowing for Exley, keeping that membership train going, bringing us up to 63 members on the day. You guys have absolutely fucking crushed it today. Seriously, I'm in disbelief, man. I'm so thankful. Truly, like I'm so thankful for this community because, man, I you never know what you're gonna get on any stream, and the only thing I ever go into a stream hoping for is just enough support to keep it going. And my God, you guys just you blow me away. You do. So thank you so much, actually. Let me update that goal, or not the goal, no. Oh, I didn't update the goal this whole time. I apologize for that. So let me show you where we're actually at. What do we have it at? So I have 75. So we're at 63, which is great. And I'm still trying to get used to putting 2024 down. Still trying to get used to that. All right. So there we go. The goal is updated. 63 members. And as I come back here, no way, dude. I left for a second. I left for 10 seconds, and I come back, and Corey drops another 10 bomb, and Hellbound drops another 5. Another 15 memberships gifted to the community and to the channel. Dude, these guys, these are the legends right here. Everybody, W's in the chat. I can't believe it. Because these guys just crushed another goal. Holy shit. I didn't expect this, man. We're now sitting at 78 members. Guys, I just updated it. You're making me update it again. I know you love doing that. So we're sitting at 78 members on the day. Guys are going nuts. So here's what we'll do. I'll give the stream a couple more minutes. And if anybody wants to throw out any last second membership gifts, now would be the time to do so, because what we're going to be doing in just a few minutes here is we're going to head over to the members lounge, and there's basically, so I've been contemplating whether or not I want to title my members lounges like what the topics are, but the reason I decided against doing that is because I realized that the members lounge truly is, it's just free flowing. I mean, the regular streams have a lot of free flowing moments, but I try to keep it somewhat structured, even though it can be still pretty messy. But in the members lounges, like that's where I'm having it's just me and the members, and I have no idea what conversations we may end up having. However, I will try to title the members lounges once they're done. Like once I basically know what it is we talked about, I'll try to reflect that in the title. So it's kind of, I think it's kind of fun that way, because if you're there live, you're there making it, right? Like you're part of the process of making that stream what it ends up being. But if you can't catch it live, you'll have some idea of what you're walking into. And so, yeah. Corey's trying to retain his platinum. Yeah, bro. I do have one last request for you guys, though, before we segue into the outro here. If you could do me a favor and hit the like button. We're sitting at 261 likes. I would really appreciate that. It helps out the streams and the channel a lot. And let me check this. Yeah, guys, I want to see if we can do it. If we can do it. I don't know if it's possible because we have 260 people here right now. We have 263 likes. Can we get to 300? I doubt it. But I don't know. Maybe you guys can shock me. Maybe you guys can shock me. Well, hold on. Disco Cobra, I'm going to read your super chat in just a second. Rudy, you're saying MBG, did you talk about the Xbox Series S toaster? It's real. Hold on. I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw a picture of that, but I completely disregarded it as I was scrolling because I'm like, well, that's just an image. Like somebody's just making fun of it, whatever. It's real. No fucking way. Now, when you say it's real, do you mean like an officially licensed product? That no fucking way. No way. This is not real. Xbox Series S toaster is real. I'm going to lose my shit. Sony, what? Can Sony fucking stop fucking up? Sony, Microsoft is lapping your ass right now. They got body wash. They got nail polish. They got fucking little jackets for their controllers. And now they got a fucking mini fridge. Now they got a fucking toaster. Are you kidding me? Sony, what are you doing? No way. Oh, Disco Cobra, hold on, man. I got to read this. Have you ever wanted a kitchen full of memes? Well, the Xbox Series S toaster is here and ready to sit next to your Xbox Series X fridge. Yes, this is a real toaster that can handle all the bread, English muffins, and frozen waffles you can throw at it. It will even toast an Xbox Sphere logo onto your bread. No, dude, this is amazing. I am buying this, and I'm using this live on fucking stream. We are going to be having some Xbox waffles, some Xbox toast. That's insane. It says images of the Series S toaster first emerged nearly a year ago on French websites, but Walmart has now started selling the toaster for $40. Hold on. Is it available to purchase right now? Holy shit, it is. Dude, I am about to fucking buy this right now. Like, no joke. I'm about to purchase the... You know, I wonder if I could have it fucking delivered as well. It says shipping arriving January 15th. I think I'm gonna buy it, bro. Like, and we're gonna make some fucking we're gonna make some X toast. Yeah, it's is that a lot for a toaster, by the way? Is $40 for a lot for a toaster? I don't know. I feel like toasters can be way more expensive than that, right? It actually puts the Xbox logo on the toast. No way. Let's see. 6 toast browning level adjust. 4 different functions. Auto centering guide. 2 slices extra long slot. Bread ready ejection. Removable crumb tray. Imprints Xbox logo on toast. I am in shock. I legitimately thought this was something like a Photoshop somebody made, and here I am sitting on Walmart's website looking at a $40 Series S toaster. Dude, I'm not kidding. I'm not joking when I say I wish Sony would do this shit. Like, this is genuinely funny, and it I don't know, man. It borders on that line of like, this thing's actually functional. Like, you could legitimately use this as a fucking toaster because that's what it is. But it's like, it's an Xbox, you know? Like, I need Sony to seriously release like a modem, or if not a modem, like a air filter or something, you know, that resembles a PS5. This is amazing. This is amazing. I gotta buy this thing. Yeah, you're saying didn't Mystic make burgers off the PlayStation Grill? Yeah, but he had to custom make that, which props to him, bro. He cooked a steak on a PS5 Pro and then he cooked burgers. That man is insane. Oh, I'm gonna have to buy this. I'm gonna end up buying an Xbox Series S toaster before I actually buy an Xbox Series console. What is happening? What is happening? Microsoft knows how to win me back. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. If I could just get that PlayStation pasta, I could eat like a PlayStation pasta meal with a side of Xbox toast. That is, wow. This is the future, man. This is gaming in 2024. Anyway, Disco Cobra, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, bro. You just happened to drop that very generous $20 super chat as soon as I had my mind blown by the Series S toaster. Sorry. Anyway, Disco Cobra, man, thank you for the $20 super chat. You're saying are you looking forward to the Black Myth Wukong game? It looks like it will be solid. Kind of seems like another Dark Souls clone, but with a monkey. Actually, so yeah, I was looking at the games scheduled to come out in 2024, and I think Black Myth Wukong is scheduled for August. So it's a while from now. But dude, that game looks incredible. That last trailer, the release date trailer that they revealed at the Game Awards, looks legitimately like massive. I mean, this looks like a studio. I don't know because they're a Chinese studio, so I don't know how that would work. But Sony, you might want to keep an eye on these guys. If anything, just to secure, like if you're looking to secure exclusive games, this game looks huge. It looks I mean, you're saying it looks like a Dark Souls clone. It does look inspired to a degree by the Souls games, but it also looks inspired by like other games like God of War. I mean, the scale of what they were showing, like some of the set pieces and the monster and creature design looks very interesting to me. It really looks like a blend of these different games in a way that I don't know that we've seen before, and that's what fascinates me. Maybe I'm giving it too much credit. Maybe we'll play it and be like, oh yeah, we have played games just like this, but it looks very promising. I don't want to overhype myself, but right now it's definitely a game that I have my eye on, and I will be playing when it comes out. So here comes Boss letting me know it's time to end the stream. But Disco Cobra, dude, thank you, man. The last thing I'll add to this before moving on is depending on so Black Myth Wukong is a game that people have been hyping up since we first saw it, like years ago, I believe at this point. If the game lives up to expectation, again, similar to the studio that made Lies of P, these are studios that if Sony wants to find partnerships with up and coming talent, they might want to see if they can get in contact with the studio. Shems, you're saying don't buy the stupid Xbox toaster, MBG. Nah, I didn't actually buy it. It's just so funny, dude. You know, like it's just one of those things where it would be just so funny if randomly for no reason at all I'm just talking to you guys on stream and I just casually pull out an Xbox toaster and just toast some Xbox toast while I'm talking to you guys. You know, it's like it just sounds like a perfect moment on the channel. But I hear you, Shems. That is $40. You know, that is $40. I don't want to necessarily waste money on. See, because like here's my whole thing with it, right? If I were to buy the Xbox Series, boss, come on. If I were to buy the Series S toaster, at some point I'm going to start asking myself, like, so what do I do with this now? Like, am I actually going to use this thing? Boss, your ass is in my face, and I would really appreciate it if. Thanks, thank you. It really is just like one of those situations where at some point I'm going to ask myself, like, do I just store this again, like somewhere? Like, you know, am I going to keep a Series S toaster in my kitchen? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. But thank you for looking out, Shems. Shems is like, please, bro, don't. Emilio, Member for 3 months says MGS Delta and Silent Hill 2 are coming this year. Still no Knack 3, disappointing. I know, right? Sony's dropping the ball. Yeah, so when we watched that video earlier about the upcoming games in 2024 for PlayStation, I do want to say that they did put MGS 3 or MGS Delta Snake Eater on there. I'm not surprised. I suspected that that game was going to be coming out this year. The only question I have is it coming later this year or sooner? Excuse me. But do I have a toaster now? Yes, actually. I mean, I have a toaster oven that I use to toast things. So I have like a really old dedicated toaster that I haven't. Hey. Okay, boss, you're causing chaos now, bro. Stop messing with my allergy meds. I have like an old regular toaster that I haven't used in years. It probably needs to be replaced. Funny enough, I think I might actually need a dedicated toaster. Maybe it's meant to be. All right, you got to go, man. You're being too chaotic. Say bye to everybody, boss. Help me do my outro. Chaos. Yeah, that's basically boss. Do I think Sony will have the marketing rights to MGS? I don't think anybody has the marketing rights to it. It showed up at the PlayStation Showcase last year and then also at an Xbox show later on. So I think it's just one of those games that's going everywhere. But guys, with that being said, I am going to close out this stream. It went longer than I expected, but a good show nonetheless. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, for watching. Seriously, it was a really, really fun show. It was nice talking about games that we're looking forward to, speculating a little bit about PlayStation games that might be coming out this year. And I also just want to thank everybody who has to bear with some of the crazy nonsense that goes on the channel here that, I know not everybody's into it, but I think, I don't know. I think we have a great community here and I enjoy it. It's a good time overall. So thank you so much for that. Corey, you're saying MGS theme. Corey, I have good news for you. I think you came in a little bit late with the stream. When you have the time, come back to the stream. I'm sure Devil Shooter will timestamp it. We actually played the MGS theme twice, and I lifted some weights while the theme was playing. So you're in luck, Corey. It just happened, I think, before you were here. So, but guys, what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna put up the members lounge. It's gonna go up in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and we're gonna hang out for a little while. All right. So if you are a member, please tune into that and look forward to that. If you're not a member, I will catch you in the next stream, which should be this upcoming Sunday. And yeah, that's pretty much gonna do it for this episode of. I literally almost said an episode of Press X Podcast. I don't know why. But that's not what this is. But either way, thank you guys. I also want to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter. He's letting me know that he's going to timestamp the dumbbells. So, or he's saying look for the dumbbell timestamp. Good stuff. Yeah, Devil Shooter, thanks for all you do, man. And yeah, that does it. Just hit that like button for me on your way out, guys. We're at 271 likes. I think we could do it. We need 29 more likes to hit 300. I believe in you guys. All right. Look out for my members lounge. It's going to be going up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I will see you guys there. For anybody who I don't see, hopefully I'll see you on Sunday. And that does it. Me and Boss are signing off. I will catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so until then, take care, everyone.